अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
Welcome back from the break. You're watching NewsX and I'm Asavri Jindal. The headlines first. A detailed report on the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack reveals the identities of the perpetrators and establishes a direct link to Pakistan. Pakistani government issued documents including voter ID cards and laminated voter slips were recovered from the slain terrorists. Supreme Court wraps Rahul Gandhi over remarks on Indian Army, says true Indians won't make such statements. The top court, however, stayed the defamation case against him. BJP reacts, saying Rahul Gandhi is now a certified anti-national. Operations continue in Akhal Devsar area of Kulgam district for the 4th consecutive day. Hexacopters are deployed to target terrorist hideouts in dense Akhal forests. The 81-year-old leader and founder of Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, Shibu Soren, known as Dishum Guru or Guruji, passed away at Sir Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi. Son Hemant Soren says, "Today I have become empty." MK Stalin backs Mamta in row over Delhi police's letter, calls Bengali remark an insult to the language of the national anthem. Meanwhile, Amit Walvia has called her ex-post a badly scripted political stunt. With heavy rainfall expected in parts of Himachal Pradesh, the Indian Meteorological Department's Shimla office has sounded an orange alert in several districts for the next 2 days. SpiceJet files an FIR against Army officer for violent assault on ground staff. The Indian Army has issued a statement saying that it awaits the outcome of the police investigation and reaffirms its commitment to discipline and mutual respect in civil spaces. Panic and chaos erupted at the PVR Cinema Hall in Guwahati after a portion of the false ceiling collapsed during a film screening, injured at least 3 individuals, including a child. Well, the Supreme Court has rebuked Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his claim that more than 2,000 kilometers of Indian territory had been annexed by China, stating that a true Indian would not make such a remark. However, the court paused the defamation proceedings against Rahul Gandhi related to the statement. Now, BJP leader Amit Malviya has slammed Rahul Gandhi. In a statement, he stated, and I quote, "Rahul Gandhi is now a certified anti-national. In the run-up to 2024, he sought support from foreign powers to dislodge a democratically elected Indian government. He has signed a secret MOU with the Communist Party of China, details of which remain hidden from the public. Shortly thereafter, the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation received donations from the Chinese state and went on to author a report that recommended opening India's economy to Chinese interests. During the Galwan face-off with India, when India was defending its sovereignty, Rahul Gandhi chose to receive a briefing from the Chinese officials instead of Indian diplomats. He routinely makes baseless and demoralizing remarks about the Indian army, statements that are amplified by adversaries. On his multiple visits to the West, he has met with groups and individuals hostile to India, often echoing narratives designed to undermine India's global image and obstruct its rise as a major power. Now, the Supreme Court's stinging observation has only validated what Bharat has been saying all this while. My colleague Sambhav Sharma joins me on the broadcast to give me more on this. Sambhav, before we go to you, we in fact have breaking news coming in. Now, Congress's first reaction on the Supreme Court rebuking Rahul Gandhi has come out. Jairam Ramesh has also reacted on this. He took to social media platform X and posted, "Ever since 20 brave soldiers were martyred in Galwan on 15th June 2020, every patriotic Indian has sought answers to the following questions. Yet, instead of providing answers, the Modi government for the past 5 years has chosen to obfuscate and hide the truth with its policies of DDLJ, deny, distract, lie and justify." The questions that he's raised is as follows. Why did the Prime Minister give a clean sheet to China saying, "Na koi hamari seema mein ghusa hai, na koi ghusega" on 15th of June 2020, after 4 days of our soldiers heroically sacrificing their lives for the country in Galwan? Question number 2. Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi has said, "We want to go back to the status quo of April 2020. Does the withdrawal agreement of October 21, 2024 take us back to the status quo?" Question 3. Are Indian patrols not required to take Chinese concurrence to access their patrolling points in Depsang, Demchok and Chumar, whereas earlier they were able to freely exercise India's territorial rights? Question number 4 that Jairam Ramesh has raised. Are Indian patrols not prevented from accessing their patrolling points in Galwan, Hot Spring and Pangnon Tso by buffering zones that lie predominantly within the Indian claim line? Question 5. Was it not widely reported in 2020 that 1,000 square kilometers of eastern Ladakh had come under Chinese control, including 900 square kilometers in Depsang? Question 6. Did the SP of Leh not submit a paper at the annual Director General of Police conference in which he stated that India had lost access to 26 out of 65 patrolling points in eastern Ladakh? Question number 7 that Jairam Ramesh has raised. Is it not true that imports from China are booming, especially of electronics, electrical, batteries and solar cells, and that important sectors like telecoms, pharmaceuticals and electronics are critically dependent on Chinese imports. Is not true that the trade deficit with China reached a record $99.2 billion in 2024-25. Question number 8. Is it not true that the Modi government is pursuing normalization with a country that played a critical role in Pakistan's military operations during Operation Sindoor, supplying weapon systems such as the J-10C fighters and PL-15 air-to-air missiles and providing live inputs into Indian military operations? We'll cut across to Lok Sabha quickly.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, स्पोर्ट गवर्नेंस बिल खूब महत्वपूर्ण बिल है, सालों से लंबित हो रहा है और इंटरनेशनल ओलंपिक काउंसिल के साथ अलाइन होना बहुत आवश्यक होता है। गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए स्पोर्ट्स बिल का महत्व है। सम्मानीय हाई कोर्ट ने भी बार बार कहा है कि स्पोर्ट्स में गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए आपको एक लॉ बनाना चाहिए। गुड गवर्नेंस से देश में स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन में एक अच्छी इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट हो सकती है। इसलिए माननीय स्पीकर महोदय, मैं आपके द्वारा सम्मानित सदस्यों को रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि महत्वपूर्ण बिल चर्चा में ले और उसको पारित करें।
माननीय खेल मंत्री जी ने भी अपील किया है कि आज कोर्ट का भी आदेश है और ओलंपिक कराने के लिए इस बिल पे चर्चा करेंगे। हम भारत के अपने एंटी डोपिंग हो या स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नेंस का बिल हो, ये हम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे ले जाना चाहते हैं। आप चर्चा नहीं चाहते। जब माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी ने कह दिया कि बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हुआ और उसके बाद 2 दिन का समय दिया, खेल मंत्री जी अपील कर रहे हैं। जब से सदन चल रहा है, जब से लोकसभा चल रही है, पूरा देश देख रहा है, एक बिल भी नहीं पारित हुआ है। आप चुन करके आए हैं देश की जनता के लिए कानून बनाने के लिए। आप ऐसे नहीं आए हैं। You have been elected only to make a piece of legislation on the floor of the house, but right from day one और आज तक एक बिल नहीं पास हुआ है। देश की जनता देख रही है कि हम विपक्ष के अपने सांसदों को या किसी जनप्रतिनिधि को चुन करके भेजे हैं तो वो देश की पार्लियामेंट में कानून बनाएंगे। आप कृपया, मैं आग्रह करता हूं कि आप सदन में ये तीसरा सप्ताह शुरू हो गया।
एंटी डोपिंग अमेंडमेंट बिल, 2 बिल को एक साथ मिलकर के चर्चा करने के लिए तय किया गया था और 2 दिन चर्चा करने के लिए सबने कहा कि स्पोर्ट्स का मामला है, हमारा देश के लिए जो खिलाड़ी हैं उनके लिए और खेल को आगे बढ़ाना सब चाहते हैं। खेल और खिलाड़ी के लिए महत्वपूर्ण बिल चर्चा करना था, लेकिन इसको भी डिस्टर्ब किया। फिर भी हम लोग ने जबरदस्ती पारित नहीं किया। हम लोग फिर से कल रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे। हम नहीं चाहते कि स्पोर्ट्स जैसे महत्वपूर्ण बिल बिना चर्चा के पारित हो, वरना हमारे पास संख्या है, बार बार डिस्टर्बेंस हो रहा है। फिर भी सरकार की ओर से हम ये संदेश अपोजिशन पार्टी को देना चाहते हैं कि हम चर्चा चाहते हैं और बिना चर्चा किए कोई बिल पारित नहीं करना चाहते हैं। मजबूरन कभी कभी जब बिल बिल्कुल पास करना है और जब हमारे पास कोई चारा नहीं है, तब जाकर के हंगामा में कम चर्चा करके पारित भी होता है। अभी तक हम लोगों ने ऐसा नहीं किया, क्योंकि लोकतंत्र में हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी, इसका मूल क्या है? विषय को अच्छी तरह से चर्चा करके फिर पारित करना। डिबेट एंड डिस्कशन हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। राज्यसभा में हमारे देश के एक वरिष्ठ नेता, आदिवासी नेता शिबू सोरेन जी का देहांत होने से पूरा दिन भर के लिए स्थगित करने का फैसला किया। तो आज पूरे दिन राज्यसभा को शिबू सोरेन जी का आत्मा का शांति के लिए उनको हमने श्रद्धांजलि देते हुए पूरे सदन को दिन भर के लिए स्थगित किया है। कल भी हम राज्यसभा में मुद्दे बिल लेके आएंगे। तो हम फिर से आपके माध्यम से हमारे विपक्ष के नेताओं को पुकारना चाहता हूं कि जो आपने 2 सप्ताह पूर्ण हमको वादा किया कि आप चर्चा करेंगे, डिबेट करेंगे, वो आप उसमें कायम रहे और कल से हम बिल पारित करने के लिए हम कोशिश जोर से करेंगे। हम फिर से अनुरोध करते हैं कि बिना चर्चा के पारित करने के लिए मजबूर नहीं करना चाहिए। बिल बिना चर्चा का पारित करने का पक्ष में हम नहीं हैं, लेकिन देश हित में बिल पारित करना भी आवश्यकता है। ये मैं जोर देकर के कह रहा हूं। देश के लिए संसद का काम है कानून बनाना और कानून पारित करना आवश्यकता होता है। बिना चर्चा के पारित करने के पक्ष में हम नहीं हैं, तो मजबूरन बिल को कम चर्चा करके या हंगामा में पास करने के लिए मजबूर नहीं करना चाहिए। हम सबसे फिर से अपील करते हैं। और आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो टिप्पणी की है, मैं उसको बहुत गंभीरता से लेता हूं। बार बार श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी ने सार्वजनिक रूप से ये कहा कि चाइना ने देश के अंदर में आकर के जमीन कब्जा किया है, जबकि हमारा आर्मी, भारत सरकार, रक्षा मंत्रालय सबने कहा है कि सीमा विवाद है, लेकिन हमारा अंदर में आकर के कोई जमीन कब्जा नहीं किया है। विवाद है, सब मानते हैं, 1962 से पहले से विवाद थे और वहां कभी पेट्रोलिंग करने में एक दूसरे के प्रति थोड़ा सा संघर्ष होता है। आप लोगों ने वीडियो में भी देखा होगा, चाइनीज आर्मी और इंडियन आर्मी के बीच में झड़प भी होता है, क्योंकि वो डिमार्केटेड नहीं है। लेकिन 2000 किलोमीटर, 2000 वर्ग किलोमीटर कब्जा कर दिया बिना तर्क कहने से। हम लोगों ने तो बार बार राहुल गांधी जी को कहा कि बिना तर्क के देश के खिलाफ बात मत करो, हमारा तो सुनता नहीं वो। इसलिए आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो फटकार लगाया, अब तो चुप होना चाहिए। हम तो मानते हैं कि हम जिम्मेदार लोग हैं, राहुल गांधी भी जिम्मेदारी उसमें आते हैं, हम भी जिम्मेदारी का श्रेणी में आते हैं। हम लोग सबको जनता ने चुन के भेजा है, तो हर बात सोच समझ के बोलना चाहिए। मन में जो आए ऐसा कैसे बात बोल सकते हैं? वो भी विपक्ष के नेता है, वो लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है। एक एक वाक्य सोच के बोलना चाहिए। मेरे राज्य में, मेरे गांव में हर एक इंच हमको मालूम है। हमारा सेना, भारत के सेना कितना मजबूत से बचा के उसको निगरानी के साथ कायम करके रखा हुआ है, कोई खतरा नहीं है। यहां दिल्ली में बैठ करके 2000 किलोमीटर ले गया, कभी लद्दाख, कभी अरुणाचल, बिना मतलब का बात करता है। तो मैं मानता हूं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी का ऊपर में जो लगाम लगाया है, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। इसके बाद दुस्साहस नहीं करना चाहिए। हमारे डिफेंस के बारे में, हमारे सैनिकों के बारे में, हमारे देश के ज़मीन के बारे में इस तरीके से बात नहीं करना चाहिए, जिससे हमारा देश के मनोबल को नीचे गिरा देते हैं और हमारा देश के छवि का नुकसान होते हैं। ऐसा काम नहीं करेंगे। मैं मानता हूं कि आज के बाद राहुल गांधी जी भी सुधर जाएंगे और कांग्रेस पार्टी भी सुधर जाना चाहिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के टिप्पणी के बाद तो बिल्कुल सुधर जाना चाहिए। That Supreme Court has already made a very strong observation. Supreme Court has straightforward rebuked Sri Rahul Gandhi ji for making unsubstantiated claim that thousands of square kilometers of Indian territory are being occupied by the Chinese army. This kind of statement from the leader of opposition is extremely harmful for the nation, and it demoralizes our forces. So we have been making appeal to Sri Rahul Gandhi not to make such kind of unsubstantiated statement. But he doesn't listen to us. I'm very happy that at least Supreme Court has now given him a warning. It's a straightforward rebuke that as an Indian, Sri Rahul Gandhi should not speak like that. This is a very strong statement. How can an Indian speak against the interests of India? This is something, a lesson for all those who are Indian by status and citizenship, but keep on demonizing Indian institution and our Indian interests all the time. So I feel that this kind of strong observation from the Honorable Supreme Court is very befitting and timely.
So Supreme Court has also asked if Rahul Gandhi has any credible material to support the claims which he makes. Do you think that if he has any credible material, he should put this forward?
There are only three possibilities. One is the government of India or the army itself who are guarding the territory. If they provide evidence, that should be treated as a official document. That is a proper way of getting the information. So government is supposed to provide the correct information. So government has already given the information about how well our territory is being secured. Second possibility is Rahul Gandhi might have got the information from the Chinese government or Chinese authority. Where else it can come? Either from government of India or government of China. Or third is self-fabricated, self-created, self-cooked story. So Rahul Gandhi has to tell whether his claim of Chinese occupation of Indian territory is from government of India source or Chinese source or is his own creation. I had already made statement in the parliament that day that in Arunachal Pradesh, a small portion of land is occupied by the Chinese, and that was occupied in 1959 and some more in 1962. Thereafter, no territory, not even an inch, is occupied by the Chinese. Our territory is extremely safe, secured. Our forces are doing their duty. So let us not make any kind of statement against our own country.
That portion is still occupied by the Chinese.
Yeah, that Lonju towards Asapila side. That they have made the camp. That was 1959. We lost our Assam Rifle Jawans that time in 1959.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने नसीहत दी है सर कि आप सोशल मीडिया या बाहर बोलने से बेहतर है अगर कोई तथ्य है या सवाल पूछना है तो संसद के अंदर पूछे। उस दिन भी आप जब अखिलेश ने टिप्पणी की थी तब आपने जवाब भी दिया था। तो क्या राहुल गांधी इस नसीहत को मानेंगे कि कोई तथ्य हो तो संसद में बोले?
राहुल गांधी जी हमारा बात तो सुनते नहीं है, कम से कम सुप्रीम कोर्ट का तो बात माने। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का तो जरूर मानना चाहिए।
So you are not initiated to take back that land from China?
That is, I'm saying, that is 59.
But right now,
how can I make a comment which has happened more than 60 years back?
Sir, many opposition parties have suggested. Sir, many opposition parties have suggested that if not working on the election commission can be discussed in the parliament because election commission, as you said, is not the party.
Regarding special intensive revision of the election commission, this is not the first time that the Election Commission of India has carried out special intensive revision. Secondly, the Honorable Speaker had already informed the House that the former Speaker, late Balram Jakarji, had already made an observation and ruling in the Lok Sabha that the functioning within the Election Commission cannot be discussed in the House. If there are issues which are related to electoral reforms, then there can be discussion. But special intensive revision is a functioning and administrative action of the Election Commission of India. This is not by an order of the Government of India. So this distinction has already been informed, and Honorable Speaker has already informed in the House and outside in the Business Advisory Committee meeting also. This was informed. Despite that, they are coming with placards, sloganeering, creating ruckus in the House, doing dharna.
All right, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has slammed Rahul Gandhi after Supreme Court has rebuked Rahul Gandhi's Galwan remarks. Mr. Rijiju said that Rahul should not mend his ways. He said Rahul insulted Indian Armed Forces and he should stop these irresponsible remarks. Manohar Keshri, my colleague, is joining us on the program to talk more about this. Manohar, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल आवाज़ आ रही है आपको।
जी, एक बार फिर से किरण रिजिजू ने राहुल गांधी पर निशाना साधा और कहा कि राहुल गांधी जिस तरीके से खुद के ही देश को एक तरह से टारगेट कर रहे हैं, ये एक बड़ी समस्या है।
देखिए बिल्कुल, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद एक प्रकार से किरण रिजिजू ने राहुल गांधी पे हमला बोला है। उन्होंने कहा है कि राहुल गांधी ने चीन को लेकर के जो बयान दिया, कई इश्यूज को लेकर के है। जब 2000 किलोमीटर एरिया एक्वायर करने की बात हो या सेना पीछे धकेलने की बात हो, ऐसी स्थिति में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जिस तरह से फटकार लगाई है राहुल गांधी को, कहा है कि आप संसद में क्यों नहीं बोलते हैं इस तरह की चीजों को लेकर के। तो वैसे में किरण रिजिजू जो पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि इतने बड़े नेता जो लोकसभा के एलओपी हैं, उनको सोच समझ करके बयान देना चाहिए, और जो अब तक उन्होंने बयान दिया है वो सारे झूठे बयान है। जी
मनोहर, इस जानकारी के लिए आपका शुक्रिया। All right, Prime Minister Modi has paid his respects to former Jharkhand Chief Minister Shibu Soren on Monday by visiting Sir Gangaram Hospital in Delhi, where the veteran tribal leader took his last breath at the age of 81. He also met with Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren to offer condolences on the passing of his father. He wrote on X, went to Sir Gangaram Hospital to pay homage to Shri Shibu Soren ji, also met his family. My thoughts are with Hemant ji, Kalpana ji and the admirers of Shri Shibu Soren ji. Anand, my colleague, is on the broadcast to talk more about this. Anand, obviously a tall leader there, but when something like this happens, all political, dissimilarities are ignored, and that's exactly what the Prime Minister has done.
Yeah, when it looked the way Prime Minister Narendra Modi today went to pay his last respect to former Jharkhand Chief Minister Shibu Soren, who was also one of the tallest leader in Jharkhand, especially as he was JMM patriarch, the party which founded, and he was also instrumental in the formation of Jharkhand state. So clearly Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Sir Gangaram Hospital, cutting across the party line, and he went to pay his last respect to the former three-time Chief Minister Shibu Soren over there. And he even had few words with Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and also son of Shibu Soren, and he condoled the demise of the veteran leader, tribal leader over there. So clearly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also gave him a very tight hug over there, as Hemant Soren was completely inconsolable over there, where even Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, was also present. So clearly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave a message that even at this kind of time, they need to remain by the side of each and every politician, as he was not from his party, but yet Prime Minister chose to go and give his last respect to Shibu Soren, who was one of the tallest leaders in Jharkhand, and he was a Lok Sabha MP since 1980, and then he was also thrice the Raj Sabha MP. Back to you, Vin.
Stay with us, Anand. Meanwhile, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi and Om Birla also arrived at the Sir Gangaram Hospital after Shibu Soren's demise to respect him and to pay their last respects. Anand, my colleague, is also still with us on the broadcast. Anand, more leadership, of course, this time from the opposition, paying their last respects.
Yeah, Vinit, look, even as Congress is one of the alliance partners of JMM in Jharkhand, clearly Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, along with several other leaders from the party, paid a visit to Sir Gangaram Hospital to pay their last respect to the former three-time Chief Minister Shibu Soren, who has breathed his last today at 8:56 a.m. at Sir Gangaram Hospital. So clearly, beside Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, even Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla had also reached there to pay his last respect, and they all condoled the Soren family over there, as Kalpana Soren, wife of Hemant Soren, was also over there. So they clearly they had a small word with Hemant Soren over the demise of his father, and they mentioned that how India has lost one of the tall leaders in the form of Shibu Soren, who always fought for the cause of tribals and backward communities in Jharkhand, and he always kept on raising their voices in Parliamentary. And even earlier in the day, we have seen that how there are several condolence messages have poured in from all political spectrum. So clearly, from all the political lines, whether it is BJP or whether it is Congress, all the leaders have condoled the demise of the Shibu Soren, who breathed his last today at Sir Gangaram Hospital as he was admitted over there for the last 1.5 months. Earlier, we have also seen that how Rahul Gandhi has paid a visit to Hemant Soren to inquire about the health of Shibu Soren, who was admitted at the hospital over there. So clearly, all the leaders are going and they are paying their respect to Shibu Soren, and they are also meeting Hemant Soren, who is available there along with his wife Kalpana Soren. Back to you.
All right, well, a police complaint has been filed in Patna's Digha police station against Bihar LOP and RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav over two epic matter. The complaint has been filed by an advocate, Rajiv Ranjan. The case has not been registered yet. Anand, what more can you tell us about this?
Yeah, Vinit, look, on Saturday, just a day after the Election Commission had handed over the draft voter rolls in Bihar after the SIR exercise, Tejasvi Yadav had addressed a press conference mentioning that how his name was not in the voter list. So clearly, Election Commission responded to him highlighting that his name was there in the voter list, but with a different voter ID card, and the number which he had shared during the press conference was not mentioned. So Election Commission has urged the RJD leader to submit the details of the same. So clearly now an advocate named Rajiv Ranjan has filed a police complaint with Digha police station in Patna. However, a case is not yet been registered by the police, and even yesterday only the Election Commission has issued notice to RJD leader to submit the original copy of the second voter ID card which he had mentioned during his press conference, as they were not having the details of that epic card with them. So clearly they want to inquire on the same. However, now one of the advocate has approached Patna police to register a criminal complaint against Tejasvi Yadav, who is the former deputy PM of Bihar and currently the leader of opposition in Bihar Assembly. Back to you.
All right, well, the Supreme Court has ordered the former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel and his son Chaitanya Baghel to approach the Chhattisgarh High Court with regard to their individual relief sought against investigation and arrest in the money laundering case in connection with the CG liquor scam. With respect to the DO challenging the constitutional validity of PMLA provisions regarding powers of ED to investigate, arrest, etc., the top court bench asked the petitioners to file a fresh plea in the Supreme Court, which will be considered on the 6th of August. Anand, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, Vinit, look, the way in which Bhupesh Baghel's son was arrested in the liquor scam case that took place in Chhattisgarh. So clearly, both Bhupesh Baghel and his son, they have approached the Supreme Court to pass the matter over there, and the way in which PMLA sections were added against them. So clearly, the Supreme Court asked them to file their petition in the High Court and follow the hierarchy of the courts as they had directly approached the Supreme Court before going to High Court. So clearly, this was the concern that the Supreme Court raised with them. However, it said that the matter can be listed on August 6th. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Anand. Well, in a key development on the reservation front, the Justice Das Commission has submitted its much-anticipated report on internal reservation among scheduled castes to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The report could have implications as the state reviews caste-based quotas and their distribution. Justice Nagamohan Das has spoken on this matter. Let's listen in.
On 1st August 2024, Honorable Supreme Court of India, in Devendra Singh case, gave a judgment. In that judgment, it is specified that internal reservation is constitutional permissible. Internal reservation is nothing but extension of social justice. State government has the power to provide internal reservation because the scheduled castes in India are not homogeneous group, but they are heterogeneous. In furtherance of the same, Karnataka government constituted Justice H.N. Nagamohan Das Commission to submit a report on internal reservation in respect of scheduled castes.
Belly, my colleague, is also joining us at this point in time to talk more about this. Belly, important report to the Karnataka CM. What do you think can be expected here?
I believe this Justice H.N. Nagamohan Das Commission initiated by the Karnataka government to study and recommend measures for the internal reservation within the scheduled caste quota submitted its 1,766-page report to the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah today. So, a total, according to this report, a total of 27.24 lakh families and 1.07 crore individuals have participated in the survey, and the Supreme Court has set the criteria for internal reservation as educational backwardness, underrepresentation in government jobs, and social backwardness. So these are the criteria in which the survey has been done. And the data collected through the survey and government agencies was analyzed according to the Supreme Court's guidelines, and based on this, the subcastes within the SC category were classified and internal reservation was allocated. And this 1766-page report includes the main findings, data, references, and recommendations. Of note, the Chief Minister's office also mentioned that Justice Nagamohan Das did not accept any fee or honorarium for his work. And Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also confirmed that the internal reservation report has been submitted to the government, and the Justice Nagamohan Das and the members of the commission were also present during the submission, and the report will be presented before the cabinet on August 17, and a decision will be made after it is discussed in the cabinet. Vinny.
All right, well, we appreciate you joining us. Well, Karnataka Minister Rajiv Parmeshwara has also spoken on this. Listen in.
Constituted a commission to look at the internal reservation. It has been quite a while, more than 30 years, this fight was going on for the internal reservation among the scheduled castes. So now government had constituted a commission to come out with definite recommendations based on their socio-educational considerations. And now Justice Nagamohan Das has submitted the report to the Chief Minister, and this will be placed before the cabinet. It is already, Honorable Chief Minister has already directed the officers to place it before the cabinet next, that is on 7th. And after that, whatever the decision is taken by the cabinet, and that will be, implemented.
Any recommendations?
Well, an officer of the Indian Army assaulted 4 SpiceJet staff members, causing serious physical harm, following which a case was registered. Now, Mudassir Ahmed, one of the 4 victims, has spoken on this. He said, he hit me on my face with baggage. He slapped me and started hitting me. He used his fist and feet to hit me. And at the end, he punched me and I fell down. Mudassir is suffering from a spinal injury after the attack. Let's in fact listen in to what he had to say.
मैं एयरपोर्ट पे अपनी नॉर्मल रूटीन के जो ड्यूटी अपनी कर रहा था, तो श्रीनगर से दिल्ली जा रही फ़्लाइट है, शाम को इसकी बोर्डिंग चल रही थी बोर्डिंग गेट पे। तो नॉर्मल रूटीन में हम एयरपोर्ट पे बोर्डिंग गेट पे आप हैंड बैगेज वगैरह चेक करते हैं, किसी भी एयरलाइन का है। तो नॉर्मल बोर्डिंग करते हुए मैंने एक पैसेंजर को साइड किया था, बैगेज इनके हाथ में 2 बैग थे, एक तो ट्रॉली बैग था और हैंड बैगेज इनके पास था। मैंने इनको रोका इसके लिए चेक करने के लिए। तो यूँ ही मैंने पैसेंजर को साइड किया तो इन्होंने वहाँ से शाउट करना स्टार्ट किया, आप कैसे रोक सकते हो मुझे? वही तो सर आपके बैगेज का इशू है, मैं इस बैगेज आपका चेक कर रहा हूँ, मुझे वो चेक करने दीजिएगा, कोई इशू नहीं है, उसके बाद अगर क्लियर तो जा सकते। बट उन्होंने वहाँ से शाउट स्टार्ट किया कि आप कैसे चेक करोगे, वो है ये कौन सा रूल्स वगैरह। तो मैंने नॉर्मली इनका चेक किया हैंड बैगेज वगैरह, तो मैंने बोला।
Ashik, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about this. Ashik Mir, what really happened over here? These visuals are extremely disturbing.
Well, this unfortunate incident has happened before in Srinagar when a spy was allegedly assaulted by Indian Army officers at Srinagar port. On Monday, he has arrested incident and how the violent hijacked was among the 4 airline staffers allegedly assaulted by the senior armed officers who was on board to a flight on 26th after the president was told to pay extra baggage. Ahmed also told that he suffered spinal fracture during the incident, that he was trying to stop that officer, but the officer was arguing with the staff, as also he tried to assault these all employees. And so far the army has also taken the cognizance, as well as the police has also booked the army official, and the investigation is also going on.
Ashik, appreciate you joining us. Well, Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has responded on MP R. Sudha's gold chain being snatched while on a morning walk in Delhi. Priyanka Gandhi said, and I quote, areas near the embassies where she was walking are usually safe. So this is surprising. She says that unfortunately, when she approached the police vehicle, they did not respond much. If that is the case with an MP, ordinary women, when they go through these things, cannot be imagined. Let's listen in.
आश्चर्य ये है कि ये सुरक्षित नॉर्मली ये जो जहाँ पे वो चल रही थी वो एम्बसीज के सामने आमतौर से सुरक्षित जगह होती है, तो इसमें भी ऐसा होना थोड़ा नई चीज है ये.
Ma'am, isn't this shocking that this has happened with a women MP and the questions are being raised on the response of the police, ma'am?
Yes, unfortunately, she says that when she approached the vehicle, the police vehicle there, they didn't have much, they didn't respond. So it's obvious that if that's the case with an MP, then ordinary women, when they go through these things, which is an everyday issue that they have to face, especially in cities like Delhi, there's so much violence against women, crime against women. So that attentiveness must be there, and I think everybody across party lines would agree with.
Anand, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line. Anand, Priyanka Gandhi weighing in on the law and order situation in parts of Delhi which are occupied embassies. She's obviously flagging a concern which is correct.
Yeah, Vinit, look, today who is a Congress MP from Tamil Nadu had to face chain snatching incident just near the gate number 3 and 4 of the Poland embassy in Chanakyapuri area of the national capital. So clearly, Priyanka Gandhi had now weighed in over the law and order situation and crime against women in the national capital, as she clearly stated that how this area, that is the embassy area where they are located, they are considered to be quite safe. However, chain snatching incident happened over there. So this clearly raises concern on the security, as she also mentioned that even the police vehicle to which the Congress MP had approached, they didn't respond adequately and attentively. So clearly she highlighted that if an MP can feel such kind of plight in the national capital, then we can imagine what the ordinary women have to face in cities like Delhi, where they have to face several other issues besides these crimes. So clearly she has highlighted the issue of law and order in the national capital after one of her party MPs chain was snatched during the morning walk in Chanakyapuri, that is also known as one of the high secure area in the national capital because it houses several of the embassies over here. Back to you.
All right. Appreciate you joining us. On that note, we dip into a short break. We'll be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है. इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation. Welcome back. Prime Minister Modi made a strong appeal for reviving the spirit of Swadeshi, urging Indians to prioritize locally made products and stand united in the face of growing global economy's uncertainty. Speaking at a public meeting in his Varanasi Lok Sabha constituency, Prime Minister Modi warned that the world economy is entering a phase of instability and unpredictability. This comes after Donald Trump's decision to impose 25% tariffs on exports from nearly 70 countries, including India. Let's also not forget that fact that the US President called India's economy dead completely, discounting the fact that India is the fastest growing economy in the world. Before we start this discussion, take a listen to what the Prime Minister said.
अब हम कौन सी चीजों को खरीदेंगे, कौन से तराजू से तोलेंगे? मेरे भाइयों बहनों, मेरे देशवासियों, अब हम कुछ भी खरीदें तो एक ही तराजू होना चाहिए। हम उन चीजों को खरीदेंगे जिसे बनाने में किसी न किसी भारतीय का पसीना बहा है, और जो चीज भारत के लोगों द्वारा बनी है, भारत के लोगों के कौशल्य से बनी है, भारत के लोगों के पसीने से बनी है, हमारे लिए वह स्वदेशी है। हमें वोकल फॉर लोकल मंत्र को अपनाना होगा।
All right, Ambassador Pradeep Kapoor, a former diplomat, is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Dr. Ajay Dua, former Commerce Secretary, senior economist, with us on the platform as well. Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, President of the CDEPR, with us on the platform as well. Mr. Alok Mehta, Editorial Director of India News, also with us on the show. Mr. Alok Mehta, I'll begin with you, sir. Well, obviously, Donald Trump, when he made those comments about India's economy being dead, was acting more out of emotion than, intellect, because it's the furthest thing that you can say from the truth when you call India's economy a dead economy. It's been the fastest growing economy for years now, perhaps even decades now. It is a buoyant economy. Forget about the European Union or South Asian or even the ASEAN countries. India was the first one to in fact come back into that growth mode right after COVID. Something a large part of the world, sir, is still struggling from.
Vinita, I think not myself, but I think our guests from Washington or anybody in Europe or in Asian countries, nobody will accept the allegation. It's like allegation. He says dead economy of India. You see, even if you say experts also from Indian experts and financial experts, I'm not very much expert in finance, but at least as a journalist, as an editor, when I'm following since long, so I can understand how you can talk about it. When 50, even the go for 50 economy of the world, I think India is in a better position. I think GDP, because the population wise and otherwise. But I think that's why I think we should not take seriously the Trump. Basically, what you mentioned about the Prime Minister spoke about it, that we should more encourage indigenous. You see the competition when the United States or any other countries, they are also dominating. You see the multinational companies now in the textile, you see. Even when we are exporting textile, now the 25% tariff, what is they are talking or something in pharmaceuticals. But you see, consumption, I think I've traveled so many times to the United States or Europe, I lived there also. But I think, like China, they have their own consumer because of their own population. India, what is happening, the psychology is still psychological. When we are talking on the NewsX, but you see the psychological, if you are in the NewsX, you are from Times of India, you are from Hindustan. But the psyche of the British era is still in the mind. So sometimes it is a foreign goods. Now it's not so much. And that's why I think our textiles now is becoming so best. Either he is speaking from Varanasi. You've seen other things, toys also, he encouraged. So we have to just promote the Indian, which we are exporting. Then ultimately you can counter the Trump. And the economy, you see the Lakpati Didi. I think Vinidhi, channels also, but they should also encourage, and the experts should know that the poor people, tribals, how they are. I visited some Mela in Delhi itself, too. Tribal festival or in the Lakpati Didi Mela in Noida. You see, these kind of people, they are coming with the local goods. And that's why what Prime Minister is saying since long, he's trying his best. But I think the counter to the Trump, we should also encourage Indian goods, which are even in telephone, mobiles, technology, we are already ahead. So I think this is the Swadeshi Jagarman, the old slogan. You are right that they are facing problems. But even if you encourage those people, especially in the state government, the local administration, it depends on those people. You see, that's something. Why Chinese, even Ganesh and Lakshmi used to get from China. So these kind of the craze from foreign, that's why I think it's necessary to counter with the Trump allegation for next few years. But it's not for one, depending on how we are going to counter in this, again, trade agreement is going on. Still, Piyush Goyal also was told in the parliament that they are still negotiating. I hope the Trump, the reason, I think because of they want that more jet we should purchase from them, or we should depend on them on oil or the defense purpose. So to counter this, what we are exporting, if we have consumption in India itself with the indigenous product, then ultimately you can at least counter those foreign goods. I'm not naming, but I know there's some products in textile also. Now they are a t-shirt. If they are selling in a big way because they have the marketing budget, billions. When people sitting in Bangalore or in Mumbai, they are working for with American companies. And in India also, their product going in the villages also, small towns. That's why I think these kind of, are not only talks, but they should encourage to implement by state and local people. Ultimately, the cooperative movement is also there. So again, the country like India, we need more our own product, and the market is there. This is the only solution for nuclear or something, and we want that we should have more export too. Because you see somebody preparing in Odisha, I talk them, but it is difficult to bring those things online because from Bhubaneswar or Puri you have to go, and the artists, if they want to sell, is very good product, but it is difficult. Same thing with the agriculture product. In agriculture product also, India, we are just wasting some time because it's not transportation is not available, and storage was not there. Then the farmer law, they wanted that the more storage will be from private sector. But again, there was opposition of the opposition parties created problem.
Okay.
Rahul Gandhi is still talking about it.
Let's get a view from Washington as well. Just in terms of its distance, but not in terms of its content. Ambassador Kapoor is also joining us at this point in time. Ambassador Kapoor, well, Donald Trump has definitely stirred a nest over here by calling India a dead economy. We are not taking that on our ego because we know that's not based in fact. But the reality is that this tension that Donald Trump has managed to create between the two countries, it has the potential, to take the relationship back a few years. Do you think that was a healthy thing to happen? And do you think that India, a country which has always taken pride in its resilience, will look at this as an opportunity to go Swadesi, which eventually is a loss to the Americans?
Thank you, Vineet, for inviting me for this discussion. It's a very important and in many ways a very difficult phase that the US-India relations are going through at this juncture. It is one of the most important relationships in the world for US, for India, and for the world. Now, if certain people do not understand the significance or are trying to sort of detract from that importance and the value it brings, it is very unfortunate. Because for both the countries, it will have quite a bit of impact. But if I were to take a comparative view, sitting here in Washington, with India's GDP almost 6.7%, and US GDP hovering around 2% approximately, the impact on the US will be much more in terms of percentage of GDP drop also. India, it is estimated that the impact on GDP of these tariffs will be about 0.2%. Now, similarly, if it is translated to the US markets, the impact will be a much higher percentage because their growth rate is very, very low. Then, if I look at the overall exports from India to the US, that's about $86.5 billion currently. 20 to $25 billion worth of goods are not impacted. Now, on the US side, it's an aging population. They require a lot of support in terms of, renewing aspects of human resource and manpower from India, healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, IT professionals. So it's a very complementary sort of economies of these two countries, which can, if they work together, India needs the technology. America needs the Indian, manufacturing strengths to rebuild its own strengths. No other country has the possibility to support America the way India can support America at this juncture. In warfare, in terms of the stresses, geostrategic problems, terrorism, the strategic community here, till some time back, was very convinced that the path forward for them lay in a very strong sort of collaboration with India, strong partnership with India. Now, it has taken a turn with this discussion on trade and tariffs. I don't know how long it will last. I don't think it will be for many years. It may be much shorter than that because the Indian diaspora in the US is influential. While Trump has his own thoughts and ideas and way of working and thinking, which may not be to the benefit of the US in the long term, whereas he thinks that whatever he is doing is going to benefit America because that is his primary criteria. But he has to understand that you cannot take on the world as a single country. You cannot make enemies out of different countries at the same time. or different groups of countries or different regions. And you have to understand what are your priorities, what are your threats, which are your bigger threats. Is China a big threat? Is terrorism a big threat? Russia may not be such a big threat, which they have been sort of portraying as a very big threat. But together with India and Russia, if the US were to, sit together and see what are good solutions for reviving also the US economy, I think they will be able to come to a lot more, positive outcomes rather than this sort of path where they arbitrarily. And I have worked a lot on comprehensive economic partnership agreements, free trade agreements, in terms of all our delegations which come from India, from the Commerce Ministry with representatives from other ministries. Now, I have never seen a sort of tariff by tweet or tariff by diktat from the top, that this is the percentage of tariff and this is how we will proceed ahead.
Understood, sir.
Now,
Sir. Let me also get in Dr. Rajat Dua into this conversation. Dr. Dua, what do you look at this statement as? Is it an opportunity that India can leverage, or do you think that it has been frustrating for Donald Trump, despite a number of reminders about tariffs that India imposes on American products, that he had to use this line, he had to toe this line?
Vinay, thank you so much. I'm of the opinion that President Trump's 25% levy, when the discussions are on for signing of a bilateral agreement, and he himself had mentioned barely a week before he actually imposed this, saying we are very close to signing a pact with India. His current reaction is geopolitical in nature entirely. One, he's upset with Russia because he'd expected that President Putin will heed to his advice and kind of call off his invasion or his conflict with Ukraine, which he hasn't done, and he seems to have intensified it. He's upset about that. So to get at Russia, he's revived the sanctions which had been imposed when the Ukraine war had started imposed by the US. Because so far he had not talked about this so-called 500% duty on countries which are trading with Russia, a sanction which he calls it now a very poor economy and a sanctioned country. So his reaction is that if you defy me, I'm going to be using trade as a weapon to fix you. And that's the kind of language which it's being used. So we are seeing this as yet another example, saying, India, you are openly saying it in Parliament that I did not, or the US did not help close the conflict with Pakistan, the Operation Sindoor, that it had mediated, and you are saying it so openly. I don't like it. Whereas your adversary, Pakistan, is admitting it, nominating me for a Nobel Peace Prize, etc. So it is those kind of things which are bothering him much more than the economic strength or weakness of India. I think that
let me just interject for a second. Apart from saying that he wants a Nobel Peace Prize for brokering peace amidst a number of countries, he's also parked 2 submarines close to Russia, which are nuclear in nation. So that's the opposite of brokering peace. Anyway, go on, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that I think has an origin in what the former President Medvedev had said. He had talked about, and Medvedev, I think, also went beyond his remit when he said that Russia has semi-automatic nuclear systems, which even if America were to wipe out the entire leadership of Russia, yet Russia would be able to take on the United States because we have automated or semi-automated a nuclear system which will get into action. So he reacted to that. So I think both sides they are probably exaggerated the picture. Having said that, let me just quickly come on to what Prime Minister Modi has said in this context, saying without naming the US, and very rightly, We are not blaming the US openly, unlike many other countries, including Canada, which has kind of taken on, the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has also taken on the US, and you are seeing the adverse effect of it. We have the Prime Minister.
Welcome back. Well, the Supreme Court has rebuked Rahul Gandhi over the army remark. The Supreme Court on the 4th of August stayed criminal defamation proceedings against Rahul Gandhi for his remarks during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, where he questioned the Indian Army's handling of the China border issue. However, the bench, led by Justice Dipankar Datta, strongly criticized Rahul Gandhi for making irresponsible statements without credible proof. The court took particular exception to his claim that 2,000 square kilometers of Indian land had been occupied by China. The bench said, and I quote, "If you were a true Indian, you would not say all of this." The judges also questioned why Gandhi chose to express these views on social media rather than in the parliament. While the legal relief was granted, the Supreme Court's remarks sent a clear message on political accountability and the importance of evidence when making sensitive national security claims like this. All right, well, let's also talk about this. Joining us at this point in time is Dr. Dhirendra Tyal, BJP spokesperson, Ishan Tyagi, Congress spokesperson, also with us on the program, Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, with us on the program, Major General Sudhakar Ji, senior geopolitical and strategic expert, also joins us on the program to talk more about this. In fact, Ishan, I'll begin with you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you can hear me. Ishan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Ishan,
Perfect.
what do you make of what the Supreme Court has said? They are obviously of the opinion that Rahul Gandhi should be more sensitive about such claims when it comes to national security. What is the Congress's stance on this?
So, Vineet, with all due respect to the Honorable Supreme Court of India, I'll definitely get back to your question, but I would want to bring to light a few things. That it is the BJP and the RSS which has close ties with the Chinese Communist Party, and there have been multiple instances when the leaders from both the parties like BJP and RSS and the Chinese Communist Party have exchanged ties. Either the Chinese Communist leaders from Chinese Communist Party have come to the BJP headquarters, or people from the BJP and RSS have visited, I don't know why they visit China, what's their love with China, because there have been several meetings. On January 2009, a BJP RSS delegation visits China. On October 2008, Chinese Communist Party's delegation visited the BJP headquarters. And I'm not saying this all from thin air, because I'm quoting what the BJP has said in its press releases at that point in time. On June 14th, CCP delegation visited Delhi, where they met then General Secretary and now President of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. J.P. Nadda, and Ramlal, who was the BJP General Secretary at that point in time. In August 2019, a BJP delegation visited China, and it was on August 28, 2019. So the BJP should first itself come clean. What were all these meetings scheduled for? And now coming to your question, I do have some questions for our panelist from the BJP, and he should answer that despite our 20 Jawans being martyred in the Galwan clash, why did the Prime Minister give a clean sheet to China? If the army chief wants a return to April 2020 status quo, does the October 2024 withdrawal deal actually achieve that? The third question is, why do Indian patrols now need Chinese concurrents to access areas like Depsang and Chumar that they earlier patrolled freely? So these are the questions that the BJP government should come clean on, and the nation deserves answers to all these questions. I have a few more questions. If you allow me 30 more seconds, I'll read out to them.
All right, fair enough. Let me in fact get a response to what you have said from Dr. Tyal. Dr. Tyal, would you like to respond to what Ishan has said about the Bharatiya Janata Party, or rather the Prime Minister giving a clean chit to China? I don't recall that happening in recent memory.
Thank you so much, Vineet. This is typical Congress. So I'm very happy that Ishan started from the close ties of RSS and BJP with the China. Now let us understand the close ties of Congress with China. First of all, there is an MOU that Congress has signed with China, which Mr. Rahul Gandhi himself has signed with Xi Jinping, and the contents of that are still not known to the country. Why? Second, now when Doklam was on, at that time Rahul Gandhi went to the Chinese embassy. This is on record. He tried to hide it, but the Chinese embassy published it. When our soldiers were eyeball to eyeball with them, what was he doing in the Chinese embassy? He went to Mansarovar. He tried to hide the fact that he met the Chinese there. Again, the Chinese exposed him. Rajiv Gandhi Foundation has taken crores of rupees. It is on record from China and the Chinese embassy. Why? That is hard money taken from them. You've sold yourself out. Right? Now, let me give you another very typical instance of the friendship. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, when Doklam was on, he made a tweet saying that the Indian armed forces are strong enough to defang the Chinese serpent. You know what the Congress party did? He was made to delete that tweet. Why? Why would somebody say that anything which boosts the morale of the Indian forces, that tweet should be deleted? That is their love for the Chinese, and they have regularly been there. So, including, of course, I don't want to go too much back in the history, when they actually gifted away 38,000 square kilometers. That is too far back. Let us stick to Rahul Gandhi. The question for today, which he clearly ducked and sidestepped, he said, I'll come back to your question. He never came back, because in his entire monologue, nowhere did he touch today's judgment. The issue is that the question I want to ask, and every Indian is asking today, somebody whose credentials as a true Indian are under question, not by an opposition party, not by a political party, but by the Supreme Court of India, does he have any right whatsoever to continue as the leader of the opposition? Rahul Gandhi must resign today itself. We cannot have somebody who holds a cabinet rank, whose very status as a true Indian is under question by the Supreme Court of this country. That is what has been said, and it has been said that the freedom of speech has a limit, and he has crossed those limits as a blatant liar. He's lied on this, he's demoralized the me, and he has also lied on, as recently as yesterday, he lied that Mr. Arun Jaitley came and spoke to him on the farm laws which came after Mr. Jaitley had demised. That is the kind of lies they are peddling. Is the desperation so much today? Is it really so much that being out of power for long, and when you cannot win the conviction, the support of the people of this country, you are so desperate that you want to sell the country to the Chinese and to anybody else? That is the status today. You're lying out of your ears, and we cannot have a leader of the opposition who's questioned by the Supreme Court as a true Indian. Rahul Gandhi must resign today.
All right. Okay. Let me get in General Sudhakarji also into this conversation. Hold on. You are not going to run this show, Ishan. Wait. So, General Sudhakarji, how important is it, for political parties and leaders, responsible leaders, especially a leader of the opposition, to understand the sensitivities of our defense ecosystem, and how would you rate Rahul Gandhi talking about and putting out these numbers of thousands of kilometers being taken by China without verifiable proof?
Vinit, is that question to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Vinit, good afternoon. Thank you for getting me to your show. I was wondering what do a military man do when the panel is actually loaded with so many representatives from the mainstream parties. Well, as a disclaimer right at the outset, I do not have any entitlement to comment on any political leadership. However, since the issues are related to national security, I'll reserve the privilege to comment because it is impacting the nation's security along the border. first and foremost thing is that anybody, let alone the leader of opposition, anybody commenting on border, do you know that this border, when the Doklam was taking place, I happened to be dealing with the subject there, including in the armed forces itself, nobody was allowed to speak, except for Chief of the Army Staff having a direct dialogue with the Defense Minister. Doklam was never spoken at any level. It was so sensitive. So what I'm trying to say is that this 2000 square kilometer, firstly, it is ill-founded. It is a kind of a misinformation as far as I am concerned. I have been the general officer commanding of that sector from Karakoram to Chumar. I know what all places the 65 patrolling points. I know what the situation is, but that doesn't allow me to discuss such issues, sensitive issues, in the open domain. Why am I saying this? I am saying this because not many people in India are conversant with the actual status of the border. We don't have a border with China as on today. There is a line of actual control which Chow Lai long time back in 60s he came, Jawaharlal Nehru declined, and in 1993 the first protocol was signed by late Honorable Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, and thereafter a number of protocols have been signed and junked by none other than the present president of China. So in summary, I have covered this, but the essential part is that the China Study Group, which was formed way back in 1976, in the year 1997, they gave out 65 patrolling points, after which our patrols are supposed to go, dominate, and come back. By and by, China has been following the practice of salami slicing. Why they are doing? Well, it is known to everyone. In absence of a border, any enemy, any adversary will take advantage and exploit. So that is what China has been doing. Time doesn't allow me to dilate further beyond this. But the most important point is that we are playing to the hands of the enemy. Why am I saying this is? There is an organization, Vinith, you will bear me out. Often I have mentioned, there is an organization called as United Front Works Department. Last year only, the budget allocation has actually been doubled. It was created way back in 1922, and it had gone into a dormancy stage. Come 5th of August 2019, abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, this was revived, and the impetus was given. So what is the basic task of this organization? The task of this organization is to penetrate into democracies like India and hijack the mind and thought process of important leadership, the political leadership, manipulate the editorial scripts in the media houses, and also get into the legislature and bring about the difference, the fault lines amongst the parties who were supposed to formulate laws. So this is what precisely they have succeeded. They are actually enjoying and clapping, sitting in Beijing, and they have penetrated into our system. Unfortunately, we haven't understood the game. Now, to answer your question directly, straightforward, nobody, this kind of answers or speculative expressions in the Parliament is not a closed house these days. It is going in open domain. It goes down to the Jawan who's right there on the border. I have seen Jawans have been asking me as a general officer commanding, whenever I have gone on ground, sir, is this true? Is it happening like this? Is our political leadership doubtful about, skeptical about our sincerity and dedication? We are, forcing ourselves at such inclement weather, dedicating and sacrificing our personal comfort for the national security. Is our sincerity being doubted? Such like issues have been asked by the Jawans to me. So under these circumstances, I personally feel it is highly counterproductive. We are playing into the hands of the enemy, and we should, as far as possible, the same point could have been actually framed. A question could have been asked in the Parliament: has India's territory been occupied by China? Firstly, if the answer was yes, what is the government doing? Instead of that, an allegation of that serious nature which is being leveled, perhaps it's actually turning out to be very, very serious and counterproductive down the level at the grassroots Jawans who are actually guarding the frontiers. Therefore, I would submit that it should be avoided as much as possible. Border issues should be, as far as possible, discussed in closed room, or at least in restricted audience, not in the open domain. Back to you, Vinny.
Okay, Ishan, would you like to respond now before we go to the next guest?
Yes, definitely, Vinny. So our friend from BJP did not answer a single question which I raised as an opposition, and he did not tell us what were the deep ties of RSS and the BJP with Communist Party of China. What were those meetings scheduled for, and why did the communist leaders from Communist Party of China visit the BJP headquarters, which I have proofs to. I mean, from the BJP website itself. Now he mentioned the Mansarovar visit. So we all know that Rahul Gandhi ji is a follower of Lord Shiva, and he visited Mansarovar. It is the abode of Lord Shiva, first of all. So why is bringing out such questions? It's actually very childish. The second is the BJP has a very strong government in the center for last 11 years. They have the CBI, they have the income tax, they have the enforcement directed to them, and the BJP does not even know what was the, I mean, they claim that Rahul Gandhi visited the embassy, Chinese embassy. They should know why he visited Chinese embassy. He's himself saying that crores of rupees have been poured in Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. You have the enforcement directorate. I think you can send them and check whether if we are receiving any funds from China itself. So these are all bogus lies which BJP has been telling people. And about the mysterious MOU as well, you have a government in the center for past 11 years. Bring out that MOU if you have something credible on that. Now, coming to your question, Vineet, that where you mentioned that you do not remember PM saying na koi ghusa hai, na koi aaya hai. This is a media report, and if you allow me to play this is a long video.
No, we don't want you to play any video. No, Ishan, I don't want you to play any video. I think you're done with your response. I want to include Joyita Basu into this conversation as well. Joyita, thanks for joining us. What do you make of the back and forth that you've seen between, the Supreme Court and, of course, what Rahul Gandhi has said, and also what you make of what Ishan has said, that BJP has equal footprints when it comes to dealing with China? Joyita?
Yeah, is that okay? Fine. The thing is, you see, what the Supreme Court has pointed out is, I'm afraid, becoming, some kind of a pattern when it comes to Mr. Rahul Gandhi. It comes very easily to him to blame, say, for example, to say, repeat after Mr. Trump that India is a dead economy. This is in keeping with, what he has been talking in terms of, say, for example, India has lost this much land. Then whenever he goes abroad, he's always bad. Fine. I mean, he's taking the country's problems over there, and he goes and says certain things. Okay, and we have seen, I mean, India is not a democracy, this, that, and this is a behavior that was the way it is. What happens is, you see, other opposition leaders have also gone to, foreign countries, and when they have been asked about what is happening in India, they do not wash the dirty linen in public. They will go and say the response that they give is, excuse me, why is this gentleman constantly holding up and trying to, distract people's attention? I mean, can't he, is it
Don't be distracted. Ishan, you really don't have to do that. Ishan, you really don't have to do that to prove your point. Ishan, you really don't have to do that to prove your point.
If you have the content, don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. It is up to the people to decide. It is up to the people to decide, and these are media reports from India. These are not international media reports. These are media reports from India itself. You can read them. You can read them.
Can you please control your guests?
Ishan, I'll have to excuse you. Ishan, if this is the way you're going to conduct yourself,
No,
I'll really have to excuse you. Can I please request we remove Ishan? Can I please request, this is not how we're going to conduct debates. If you're really here to represent your party, then you have to watch your decorum. You have to, do things with civility. All the other guests are not doing what you're doing. The BJP is not doing what you're doing, are they? Can we please remove Ishan? PCR, can you please remove Ishan? You won't get to say what you have to, Ishan.
And remove me.
I will, because you are not, you are being a troublemaker. You are, okay, he's gone now, Joyita. Go on.
So the whole point this is disturbing, because you see, there are opposition leaders who have gone abroad, and when they have been asked about, what is this thing, criticize your government, criticize what is happening in your country, they have been categorical that no, I am an opposition leader. Even though I have got problems with the government, I am not here to come and badmouth my country. Because you see, and this is the fundamental problem with Rahul Gandhi, that whenever he is abroad, there's not one word about good about India that you will hear. He will say things like, the whole country is kind of soaked in kerosene. You just have to drop one match and the whole country will start burning. Haven't we heard? India is not India is not a united country. Haven't we heard him all talk about all this nonsense? So the thing is, you see, and this is the criticism that has come of Rahul Gandhi has come from the Supreme Court. This is not a political criticism. So you see, even then, in spite of that, now when the Supreme Court questions the leader of opposition's loyalty to the country, well, I think it's a very serious matter, Vinny. This is not political attack. This is not a political attack. This is a matter that should concern every Indian, and I'm not going into what sort of relationship who has with China and what. But the fact of the matter is that whatever Rahul Gandhi has been saying, as I'm going to repeat again, this is a trend. This is how he has been behaving. That is either very immature behavior, you can call it extremely, extremely immature behavior, but that does not excuse that, isn't it? Immature behavior coming from a man who is the leader of the opposition in the parliament, I don't think it is excusable behavior.
Dr. Tayal, how do you look at Rahul Gandhi's recent rant about, doubling down on what Donald Trump also said? When he was asked that, is India a dead economy? Rahul said, yes, it is a dead economy. Ask Adani, ask Modi.
So, it is after what the Supreme Court has said today, don't think it is worthwhile to comment on that, because that is what he would want to see this country as. A dead economy, a dead country. That is what Congress, and I want to call it the Indian Anti-National Congress, because the fact of the matter is that this is a party born of foreign parentage. Hume, it can never be purely Indian or be concerned with India's rights and India's goodwill. So that is the truth there. Ishan, before he left, had made some questions doubting what I had said. So I'm just going to give you those facts. The money received by Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. He said you've got the ED and so on and so forth. The Rajiv Gandhi Foundation FCRA license was cancelled because of this. They received $180,000 in between the years 2005 and 2007. They received another $3 lakh after that, and 10 lakh rupees again. So all that is documented. The documents are all there. The MOU, everybody has seen the pictures of that MOU being signed. Mansarovar, he's free to go to, very happy that he's a Bhagat of Lord Shiva, but why is he meeting the Chinese in Mansarovar? That is the critical area. Those questions he did not answer. And to come down, what the general said, you are demoralizing the Jawan sitting there. He's saying, you are saying our forces are being thrashed in Arunachal. That is what you are doing. Now, this is what the Supreme Court said, that the freedom of speech has some limits. And he has crossed all those limits. And I agree with Ms. Basu when she says every time he goes abroad, it's with a single point agenda to disgrace India. The last time in Cambridge, would you believe what he said in Cambridge? That there is no intellectual property right or there are no intellectual rights in China. And he says that this is a very profound and powerful concept. How much can you grovel? When he was in the UK, he asked a Sikh student who was sitting there that would you be allowed to wear a turban or cut in India? As a Sikh, sometimes the Prime Minister himself is wearing a turban. What is he trying to paint? The desperation, like I said earlier, the desperation is so huge to somehow what he thinks is his entitlement to come back to that. Kiran Rijiju has very clearly said, and that there not even an inch has been taken, and he said this in the parliament. The other thing which Ishan had mentioned that time, that if during Doklam, Rahul Gandhi went to the embassy. Why didn't you do something about it? This was mentioned by the Prime Minister in the Parliament now. Why didn't Rahul Gandhi get up and say, prove it to me that I went there? No, he just shut up because he couldn't say that. It was the truth. So Ishan would better know what his so-called leader is doing, the anti-national activities of that party and of that leader, who should today resign from his position as the leader of the opposition.
All right, fair enough. Well, we have run out of time. Appreciate everybody who joined us and spoke their hearts out. And well, also unfortunately, there were some people who tried to say what they had to, but of course, some tactics did not go along with the way I would like to conduct my debates. But nevertheless, thank you everyone for being here. So breaking news coming in, India registers a historical win against England, I beg your pardon, at the Oval Stadium. After a thrilling climax, the Indian cricket team wins the 5th test match between the two nations and has tied the series 2-2. Siddharth Rege, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about this. Siddharth, of course, this is a great win. It's an emphatic win. It's also extremely dear. Because a lot of people who were playing in this team, including Mohammad Siraj or Prasidh Krishna, all youngsters, perhaps finding their stripes in a difficult place like England, and they managed to.
Vineet, there are massive celebrations right now happening at the Oval. This test match will go down the history books for obvious reasons. One reason that you mentioned, obviously, is because of the young team that India carried. We've now drawn the test 2-all, but to take 4 wickets on the last day for the England just had to chase 36 runs is no short of a historic feat. This will obviously go up there with Gabba. It will go up there with test matches like Headingley in 2020 when Stokes got the job done for England. Today, Siraj, the man on your screens, clearly being the hero, taking 3 crucial wickets before wrapping it up. And this test match pretty much had it all, Vineet, because you had Chris Wokes who walked out as the 10th wicket with just one hand, his bat in one hand and one hand put inside his T-shirt because he picked up that injury in the match. So very, very historic win that we are talking about here. India defeating England at the Oval, a historic victory. Now winning this match by just 6 runs left, and a climax that will go down in the history books for sure.
Siddharth, appreciate you joining us. You're absolutely right. This is one for the history books for a very young team at that. More breaking news coming in. Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has landed in Delhi. This marks his first state visit to India, and he has been received by Union Minister of State Pabitra Margarita. And India and Philippines are celebrating their 75th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic ties. This visit will lead to further strengthening of India-Philippines relationship as well. Well, India and Philippines, of course, cementing their relationship, and the bilateral is going to be all about trade, and Philippines has always expressed buying defense equipment from India as well. In fact, they did buy some defense equipment from India a few weeks and months ago as well. Mehndi, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Mehndi, Philippines is not only an important country in Southeast Asia, but it's also been a country that has been extremely pivotal when it comes to its anti-China sentiment and pro-India sentiment as well. Mehndi, are you there with us?
We are tracking big developments now as the Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has arrived in national capitals, and he is on a 5-day state visit to India aimed at, further strengthening the India-Philippines relationship as per the India as well. And it is very important to note, Vineet, as well, that this is the first visit by the President of the Southeast Asian country to India since he assumed office back in 2022, marking a significant milestone as his visit aligns with the celebration of the 75th anniversary of diplomatic ties between the two nations as well. And, according to the ME as well, Vineet, Marcos was welcomed with a warm reception by the Minister of State for External Affairs, Pavitra Margarita, and he was accompanied by First Lady Louise Marcos and a high-level delegation, including several ministers from his cabinet as well. So, as per the itinerary, also Vineet, President Marcos will be holding talks with President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with other officials, and he will also be meeting with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Yes, Vineet.
And we appreciate you joining us. On that note, we take a short break. We'll be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation. Alright, welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet. Well, the Janaza Gab or funeral in absentia of Tahir Habib was held recently in Khaigala, a village in Rawalkot, Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Well, Tahir was one of the 3 terrorists neutralized in Operation Mahadev conducted last week by Indian security forces in Srinagar. He had been a Category A wanted terrorist linked to the Pahalgam terror attack on the 22nd of April, which claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians. Videos and pictures show the elderly of Khaigala in Rawalkot gathered for the funeral. But the funeral took an unexpected turn when local Lashkar-e-Taiba commander Rizwan Hanif tried to be a part of it. Tahir's family explicitly barred Lashkar members from attending the funeral, but Hanif insisted, leading to a confrontation. And according to sources, Lashkar operatives threatened mourners with guns, sparking outrage amongst villagers. The bottom line is, while Pakistan's involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack is undeniable now. We'll talk about this and a lot more with our guest joining us on the program. Ambassador Bhaswati Mukherjee, former diplomat, with us on the program. Major General Sudhakar Ji, senior geopolitical and strategic defense expert, joins us too. Mr. Adit Kothari, foreign affairs expert, with us on the program here as well. Last but by no means the least, Mr. Sumit Peer, senior political commentator on the program as well. Sumit Peer, I'll begin with you. Well, we have always known it, you have always known it, the government knows it, the people of Kashmir on this side know it. It's very, very evident that the Americans also know it, but this seems to be some sort of a sham, I can call it that, Sumit, for a lack of a better word, that the Western civilization has bought into when it comes to Pakistan. If you look at how deceptive and rudimentary this country is in terms of its terrorist roots, it's pretty evident that India can show this visual as well to convince the UNSC of Pakistan's involvement.
Vinay, thank you very much for having me on your channel. First of all, beautiful question, you have summed it beautifully. I have to thank my armed forces for conducting a beautiful Operation Mahadev, and by the grace of God, will give them so many opportunities of Gahib. So they can hire a Molvi, they can float a tender. We are going to give them so many opportunities. Let them float a tender, let them fix the rate. Right? थोड़ा price ऊपर नीचे होता है ना, so that they can just send an invitation, okay, Janaz Gaib, Maulvi ji, come will and do it. Because now after Operation Sindoor, we have told Pakistan, we are going to hit you and we'll keep on hitting you. And for their good friend and the buddy who wanted to do all the oil deals with them, Donald John Trump, he must look into it. He must say what his good friends in Pakistan are doing. You must try which ceasefire he tried to broker. And incidentally, I was looking for what it did. They should have even invited the Pakistani ambassador to, American ambassador to Pakistan to be a part of that grand ceremony, so that Americans could get a first-hand account how this Janaz Gahib or Ghalib is done, whatever you call it. So how it is done. So it has been a good moment. I think it's a wake-up call. People know what has been happening. People know what it is doing. I think it's a testimony to our successful Operation Sindoor and then Operation Mahadev. It's a great congratulations to our people, because we have to, this is how it will be done. Vineet, I've been very categorical. जब तक वहाँ जनाजा नहीं उठेगा, तब तक यहाँ शांति नहीं होगी. And these janazas should be picked up from Rawalpindi, from Punjab, and these Fojis, their janazas have to come up, not these disposable jihadis. Okay, they are a good catch, but ultimately it has to go to that level. And for United States of America, they should still wake up and smell coffee. I want to talk to Mr. Donald Trump. Look, sir, you have been very talking gun-go about Pakistan, India buying Pakistani oil. India is a dead economy. And some of your, chela chapatas here have been echoing your voice. But my thing is, why don't you open 6 months visa on arrival for Pakistanis? They're your best buddies, best trade partners. I dare you open 6 months visa on arrival for Pakistanis. Then your America will be turned upside down. Why you issued a level 3 advisory for Americans to go to Pakistan? They're your best buddies. You're going to find petrol together. We are going to change revolutionize the world. This is hypocrisy, but India has said its stance very clear. We are going to hit you as and when it takes. That is why I was advising Pakistanis, float a tender, get a rate contract done, so that next time there is not enough of a problem. We will always have these Maulvis who can come and do it, because this is not going to stop till the time Pakistan is not broken into 4 parts. We have to break them into 4 parts, and we have to let world know. No dossier, no detail, direct deal na seedha upar. That is how it has to be done, and that is how it will be done. Let what is John Donald Trump or anybody, whoever is listening to it, let anybody and everybody is listening. Next time, these Pakistanis are requested to even invite the American ambassador in Pakistan for this grand ceremony, so that he can send a first-hand report, an audio-visual report to his bosses in Washington DC, and tell them what kind of a great ceasefire you have brokered.
Ambassador Mukherjee, is there going to be further deniability now from Pakistan? Or do you think that, the second corroboration has more or less, nailed India's stance when it comes to Pakistan being the harborer as well as the curator of terrorist activities throughout the world?
Pakistan will continue to deny it till doomsday. If you remember, in the case of Ajmal Kasab, his parents used to ring up from Lahore to ask about their son. But still the Pakistanis denied, and when he was hanged, they refused to take back his body. So this video and the photos which have come in are absolute damning evidence that there is a clear Pakistani establishment and Pakistani army hand in what happened in Pahalgam. But the point is that Pakistan will continue to deny it. But it will be difficult for Pakistan's friends, including its friends in the West, and of course China will support Pakistan. But in the West, it will start raising eyebrows and many questions, because in the West, they are sensitive to these kind of videos. The fact that the LET Lashkar-e-Taiba guys try to barge into a private funeral by families, it also demonstrates that the locals are not in favor of their kids getting into the clutches of LET. That is also very interesting, that they wanted a private funeral. The other issue here is that Operation Mahadev was important for closure, for the mourning of the relatives of the victims of Pahalgam. They needed Operation Mahadev, and so did the country, because we were all waiting to be informed that those who perpetrated these massacres have been eliminated. So that was very important for us. I agree that there are much bigger fish to fry, which I'm sure we will do in our own time. But this was very important. After Operation Sindoor, Operation Mahadev at least closed one chapter for the families of the victims. The other issue here is that we have been providing evidence systematically to our allies in the West and to the United States about Pakistani involvement in terrorist activities, heinous terrorist attacks directed at India. Despite that, they have been very slow in responding. If India had been in a similar position, they would have condemned us immediately, straight away, without any hesitation. So at least with this damning evidence, we would be able to tell our Western interlocutors, as well as the UN, because it's against international law what happened in Pahalgam, that Pakistan, thankfully, its chairmanship of the UN Security Council ended on 31st of July. So at least one nuisance is over for us. But we need to take it up at every level, and we need to disseminate it through social media and through our own media, through our diplomats, through our interlocutors in the West, etc., to organizations and entities which are very sensitive on these issues, like the Human Rights Council, like the French Assemblée Nationale, organizations, European Parliament, organizations which are particularly sensitive to these kind of issues. We need to disseminate it so that people understand that Pakistan, until it is broken up into 4 pieces, is a country harboring terror. It is the harbinger of terror. The Americans are most welcome to go and get shot down in Balochistan, which has already told United States that Balochistan is an independent country which is under foreign occupation. That's how the Balochis reacted to President Trump telling us to buy Pakistani oil. They're most welcome to go and try. It's not an issue for us. But we have to keep at it and keep chasing these guys until they understand that any major terrorist attack on India will be treated, as PM said, as an act of war. Vineet.
General Sudhakarji, what does this also tell you about POK, where a lot of this training and indoctrination has been going on unabated for the past few decades?
Yeah, Vinit, good evening. Thank you for getting me to your show, and compliments to very distinguished and eminent panelists. They deserve to have the last say on the subject. First and foremost, I wish to compliment NewsX to pick up such themes and flag the issue. It makes a lot of difference because we do not have a formal structure of information warfare. Information warfare primarily should be based on the truth. And there are far and few agencies who actually highlight the truth. And I think NewsX is doing an excellent job. As regards the question which you have asked, I think the time has come. Short and sweet answer to your question is it's about time that the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir needs to be taken back at the earliest. I do understand, not by a military operation, but by a non-military operation. It's happening. It's happening in an incremental manner. But the fact remains that it is radicalized, it is polarized, it doesn't have any democratic institution. There is no machinery, administrative machinery existing. The grievances of the people are not, leave alone being addressed, they are not being heard. The people's representative are not there. And the basic entitlements which they rightfully should be having access to, of water or fresh air or the employment opportunities or the products of their own region, are not being provided to them. It's being denied to them. So now this is one part which has actually got highlighted. This is very interesting. In fact, I didn't know this particular terminology, that it is happening in absentia of the deceased. There are many such things which will happen, and we need to actually highlight the truth. And the truth in this is that no matter how long the global powers try to take sides of Pakistan, mindful of the fact what the truth is, I'm only fearing that 9/11 kind of a thing should not be happening once again to one of these global powers in very immediate future, if they don't actually call out the truth and be on the side of the truth. Having said this, when you talk about the Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, there are more than, I'm told, the latest figure I have is 26 places, out of which I think we have counted good numbers. We let them go this time. Maybe next time when the opportunity comes, the Operation Sindoor is on. Let's see how far we go. I was just reading a book in relation to your question. Fourth Brotherhood. There is a thing called as which is opened up in Bangladesh, Fourth Brotherhood. One is being led by Taliban, another is being headed by the ISI, the third one is being headed by some agency of Pakistan. They're actually, pumping in money to Bangladesh, playing a big role. They want to shift the epicenter of what is happening in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to Bangladesh.
मंच पर उपस्थित इस क्षेत्र के लोकप्रिय विधायक और उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी श्री सोमेंद्र तोमर जी, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में पीडब्ल्यूडी के राज्य मंत्री कुंवर ब्रजेश सिंह जी, लोकप्रिय सांसद श्री अरुण गोविल जी, राज्यसभा के माननीय सांसद डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत वाजपेयी जी, माननीय सांसद श्री राजकुमार सांगवान जी, आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित जिला पंचायत अध्यक्ष श्री गौरव चौधरी जी, महापौर हरिकांत अहलुवालिया जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के क्षेत्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री सत्येंद्र सिसोदिया जी, विधान परिषद के सदस्य श्री अश्वनी त्यागी जी, श्री चंद शर्मा जी, धर्मेंद्र भारद्वाज जी, माननीय विधायक अमित अग्रवाल जी, माननीय विधायक गुलाम मोहम्मद जी, जिला अध्यक्ष शिव कुमार राणा जी, महानगर अध्यक्ष विवेक रस्तोगी जी, आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित इस क्षेत्र के सभी सम्मानित नागरिकों, बहनों और भाइयों, आज सावन मास का अंतिम सोमवार है। बाबा ओगढ़नाथ के श्री चरणों में नमन करते हुए इस न्यू इंटीग्रेटेड टाउनशिप स्कीम के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। बहनों और भाइयों, प्रदेश के अंदर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के अनुरूप इंटीग्रेटेड टाउनशिप स्कीम को आगे बढ़ाने के क्रम में एनसीआर की ये दूसरी ऐसी परियोजना है जिसे आज यहां पर शुरू किया जा रहा है। याद रखना, जब भारतीय देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया था, तो उस समय उत्तर प्रदेश को हम लोगों ने $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाने का एक लक्ष्य रखा। $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी के लिए आवश्यक था कि हम अर्थव्यवस्था को गति प्रदान करने के लिए किए जाने वाले प्रयासों को एक नई गति दें, और अर्बनाइजेशन उसका एक नया माध्यम था। ये नया माध्यम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए ही हमारी सरकार ने प्रदेश के सभी म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन, जितने भी अर्बन बॉडीज थी, डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटीज थी, इंडस्ट्रियल अथॉरिटी थी, इन सबको इस बात के लिए धनराशि उपलब्ध करवाई कि वे अपने अपने यहां एक नई टाउनशिप स्कीम को लागू आगे करें। न्यू टाउनशिप स्कीम के अंतर्गत आज यहां पर हम लोगों के द्वारा इस बड़ी स्कीम को लॉन्च किया जा रहा है, जो 700 एकड़ से अधिक भूभाग में, 750 एकड़ के अधिक भूभाग में यहां पर विकसित की जा रही है। और याद रखना, ये इंटीग्रेटेड टाउनशिप की स्कीम है। इसमें आवासीय भी होंगे, इसमें औद्योगिक भी होगा, इसमें कॉमर्शियल भी होगा। एक नया मेरठ आपको यहां पर देखने को मिलेगा। सही, सस्ता और टिकाऊ मकान की सुविधा इस टाउनशिप स्कीम के माध्यम से एनसीआर के नागरिकों को यहां मेरठ के अंदर प्राप्त होगा। आपने लोकेशन देखा होगा, रैपिड रेल से सटी हुई ये जमीन। आज मेरठ, याद करिए, ये वही मेरठ था जिसकी पहचान कभी सोतीगंज के चोरी के बाजार से होती थी। ये वही मेरठ है, लेकिन आज सोतीगंज अपने आकाओं के साथ ही सोताबाद चला गया। आज सोतीगंज समाप्त, अब मेरठ की पहचान हो रही है 12 लेन के एक्सप्रेस हाईवे के साथ। आज मेरठ की पहचान हो रही है रैपिड रेल के साथ। देश की पहली रैपिड रेल है, और रैपिड रेल को हम मेट्रो के साथ भी मेरठ के अंदर जोड़ने जा रहे हैं। प्रदेश की पहली स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी मेजर ध्यानचंद के नाम पर इसी मेरठ में स्थापित हो रही है। अब सोतीगंज बीते दिनों की बात हुई, अब तो मेरठ की पहचान बन रही है वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट में स्पोर्ट्स आइटम के लिए। देश और दुनिया की
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
we need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions. Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Every year, India suffers massive damage to its public infrastructure with the onset of the monsoon season. This year, Himachal Pradesh seems to have drawn the short straw. Since the onset of monsoon, the hill state has suffered damages worth over rupees 1,700 crores, and over 170 people have died in rain-related events in the state, while 36 people have reportedly are still missing as search and rescue operations continue across various disaster sites. Record-breaking rainfall is being reported from several parts of Himachal Pradesh, with 4 districts receiving over 60 millimeters of rain. The Kasauli district, in fact, leads in this category. We have Mr. Jairam Ramesh, former Chief Minister of the state, joining us for an exclusive conversation on this. सर, हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए जयराम ठाकुर जी आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं सर?
जी जी हाँ, सुन पा रहे हैं
सर. सबसे पहले समय निकालने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और सर, हिमाचल प्रदेश की ये स्थिति देखकर पूरे देश में चिंता है, और ये चिंता का विषय हर साल प्रकट होता है. सबको मालूम है कि मॉनसून आती है, बारिश होता है, लैंडस्लाइड्स होती हैं, व्यवसाय को दिक्कत होती है, ट्रेड को दिक्कत होती है, पर फिर भी पिछले के प्रशासन और आजकल का राज्य का जो प्रशासन है वो इस मामले में कुछ नहीं कर पाए. इस विफलता को आप कैसे देखते हैं? आप इस राज्य को अच्छी तरह से भली भांति समझते हैं?
देखिए, कुल मिलाकर के एक बात तो मैं मानता हूं कि ये सारा प्राकृतिक प्रकोप जो हो रहा है हिमाचल प्रदेश में, बारिश के कारण नुकसान जो हो रहा है, ये अगर आदमी के हाथ में नहीं है. हम कहते हैं कि ये नेचुरल एक इस तरह का डिजास्टर है जिसके बारे में सरकार का कोई बहुत बड़ा नियंत्रण नहीं है. लेकिन जो दूसरा पार्ट जो इम्पोर्टेंट है जिसका आप जिक्र कर रहे हैं कि हमारी तैयारी, ये तो हमारे हाथ में है. हमारी तैयारी किस प्रकार से रहनी चाहिए ऐसे संकट से निपटने के लिए, क्योंकि ये घटना ऐसी नहीं है कि कई सालों के बाद एक आधी बार आ रही है, ये हर साल आ रही है. पिछले 3 वर्षों से हिमाचल प्रदेश में नेचुरल डिजास्टर लगातार आ रहा, बरसात में तबाही हो रही है. और अब की बार भी हम देख रहे हैं कि अभी मानसून का ये दौर बाकी है, काफी ज्यादा, आधे से ज्यादा बाकी है, लेकिन लगभग 184-85 के लगभग हिमाचल प्रदेश में डेथ हो गई है इस बारिश और इस बरसात के मौसम में. और जहां तैयारी की दृष्टि से हम कह रहे हैं कि सरकार इसको रूटीन में ले रही है, जैसे कि हर बार नुकसान होता है, अब की बार भी नुकसान होगा, ऐसे मुझे लगता है कि ये उचित नहीं है. ये सोचने का दृष्टिकोण और ये काम करने का दृष्टिकोण, हमारी प्रिपरेशन बहुत बड़े स्तर पर होनी चाहिए. जब नुकसान ज्यादा हो रहा है, तैयारी भी ज्यादा होनी चाहिए. ये इस बात की हम कमी महसूस करते हैं, और जिसके कारण बहुत बड़ी कठिनाई लोगों को अब हो रही है हिमाचल प्रदेश में, जहां बारिश के कारण नुकसान हुआ है.
जयराम ठाकुर जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि इस समस्या का क्या समाधान है? 80 साल के लगभग करीब हमें आज़ादी प्राप्त करे हुए हो गए हैं, और शिमला, कसौली और बाकी ये जो जगहें हैं जो पर्यटन का एक बहुत बड़ा एक सोर्स है राज्य के लिए, वहाँ पर भी जो लोग फंस रहे हैं, जो लोग अब वहाँ जाना नहीं चाहते हैं, उससे देश को, लोकल की वहाँ की जो आवाम है उसको काफ़ी दिक्कतें हो रही हैं. उनके लिए कौन सोच रहा है सर?
नहीं, बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं आप. एक तो देखिए, हिमाचल प्रदेश एक टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन के नाते पूरी दुनिया में जाना जाता है, और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो हिमाचल प्रदेश की इकोनॉमी को एक बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट मिलता है हमारे टूरिज्म के सेक्टर से. और जिस प्रकार से ये हमारा हर साल जो बारिश के कारण नुकसान हो रहा है, इससे हमारी वो इकोनॉमी भी तबाह हो रही है. हिमाचल में टूरिस्ट अब बरसात के मौसम में बहुत कम हो गया है. ऐसे में ये चिंता का विषय भी है. और जो खासतौर से जिसका मैं जिक्र कर रहा हूँ कि ये जो नुकसान हो रहा है, इस नुकसान के कारण क्या है, वजह क्या है, उसकी वजह तो एक बात हम मान करके चल रहे हैं कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में प्राकृतिक घटनाएं इस प्रकार से घटित होती रहती है, लेकिन जो फ्रीक्वेंसी बढ़ गई है इस पर बहुत बड़े एक रिसर्च की आवश्यकता है। अभी भी जो नुकसान हुआ है विशेष तौर से हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी बारिश के इस दौरान, जो बहुत ऐसा एक इलाका जैसे पर्टिकुलरली अगर मैं देखूं, अगर हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी तक जो नुकसान हुआ है जिसमें 1700 करोड़ रुपए का एक असेसमेंट है अभी तक नुकसान का, उसमें से सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान मेरे विधानसभा क्षेत्र में हुआ है, लगभग 1000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का नुकसान हुआ है। जब उन सारी चीजों को हमने देखा कि नुकसान जो हुआ है उसका कारण क्या है, क्यों एक फ्लैश फ्लड जो है एक जगह हो रहे हैं, क्यों एक क्लाउड बर्स्ट एक जगह हो रहे हैं, ये मुझे लगता है कि ये रिसर्च का विषय है। ये हमने जब अभी दिल्ली जाकर के जो बात की केंद्रीय नेतृत्व से, गृह मंत्री जी से और बाकी मंत्रालय से, यहाँ तक कि प्रधानमंत्री जी से भी मैं मिला, मैंने बात की है कि इसके लिए रिसर्च होना बहुत आवश्यक है। अगर हिमाचल प्रदेश में इसी प्रकार से ये बारिश का नुकसान हम हर बार झेलते रहेंगे तो हमारी इकोनॉमी तो तबाह होगी, हिमाचल बहुत बर्बाद हो जाएगा। ये हमारे लिए बहुत चिंता का विषय है। अभी तो हाल ही में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी
सर बिल्कुल सर, मैं उसी बारे में सर मैं आपसे सवाल पूछना चाह रहा था कि उच्च न्यायालय ने बोला है कि अगर इसी तरीके से ये इकोलॉजिकल इम्बैलेंस को ठीक नहीं किया गया तो हिमाचल प्रदेश हो सकता है भारत के नक्शे से ही गायब हो जाए। ये भी बोला गया है कि मुनाफे को इकोलॉजिकल इम्बैलेंस से ज़्यादा तवज्जो दिए जा रहा है, इसी वजह से हिमाचल प्रदेश का आज ये हाल है।
नहीं, इस बात को लेकर के चलो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जो टिप्पणी है उस पर मेरी कोई टिप्पणी ज्यादा नहीं है, लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर करने ये रिसर्च का विषय होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हर बार इस तरह से नुकसान अब हिमाचल प्रदेश सहन करने की स्थिति में नहीं हूं। अगर ये नुकसान इसी तरह से होता रहेगा तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की टिप्पणी सही मायने में है कि हिमाचल का नामो निशान नहीं रह जाएगा। हर पहाड़ टूट रहा है और नुकसान इस कदर हो रहा है कि बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान पूरे देश भर में हम देखते हैं कि अगर नुकसान की खबरों को देखें तो सबसे ज्यादा भयानक जो स्थिति बारिश के मौसम में अगर नुकसान की आती है तो हिमाचल प्रदेश की तस्वीरें देख करके लोग बहुत चिंता में। तो इसलिए मेरा भी यही कहना है कि इस सारी चीज के लिए बहुत गंभीरता से प्रयत्न करने की आवश्यकता है। और अब की बात जो हमने देखा, जो खासतौर से जो मंडी जिला के अंतर्गत जो नुकसान हुआ उसमें बहुत हाइट पे 12,000-13,000 फीट की हाइट पे क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुए हैं, जहां कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, वहां पर कोई रोड नहीं है, वहां पर कोई बिल्डिंग का स्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, वहां कोई डंपिंग साइट नहीं है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी बारिश वहां से शुरू हुई और इतनी ज्यादा बारिश हुई कि इरोजन 12,000-13,000 की फिर से शुरू हुआ, जो क्यूमुलेट होते होते नीचे जो है वो बहुत बड़ी तबाही करके चला गया। तो ये एक बहुत ही चिंता का विषय हम सब लोगों के लिए है, क्योंकि ये नुकसान प्रदेश के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता का एक सबब बना हुआ आज की तारीख में।
जयराम ठाकुर जी, एक आखिरी सवाल। 175 लोगों की अभी तक बताया जा रहा मृत्यु हो गई है और 25 से 30 लोग अभी अनट्रेसेबल हैं। 175 लोग 26/11 में भी मारे गए थे। ये 175 लोग जो मरे हैं सर हिमाचल प्रदेश में, इनकी मौत की जिम्मेदारी किसको लेनी चाहिए, अकाउंटेबिलिटी किसको लेनी चाहिए?
ये देखिए, अकाउंटेबिलिटी का विषय तो यह है कि प्रदेश में जो सरकार है उस सरकार को पहले समय रहते जो मौसम की जो प्रेडिक्शन, जो वेदर प्रेडिक्शन होती है उस पर काम करना चाहिए। उस पर काम करते हुए उन इलाकों में जहां बारिश के कारण इस तरह की स्थिति पैदा होने वाली है, कोशिश करनी चाहिए वहां लोगों को सुरक्षित स्थान पर ले जाएं, सुरक्षित स्थान पर रखने के लिए, जाने के लिए आग्रह करें, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं। अभी मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि जिस दिन मेरे विधानसभा क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत ये सारी घटना घटित हुई 30 तारीख की रात को, अगर हमने समय पर हमने लोगों को इवैक्यूएट नहीं करवाया होता, जैसे वहां हमसे संपर्क किया लोगों ने कि बारिश बहुत तेज हो रही है, नाले उफान पर आ गए हैं और लैंडस्लाइड्स हो रहे हैं, तो ऐसी सूरत में हमने तो सभी जगह एक ही बात कही कि अपने घर सुरक्षित जहां नहीं है वहां छोड़ दीजिए, सुरक्षित स्थान पर जाइए, और वो गए। अन्यथा उस रात की कैजुअलिटी 42 लोगों की डेथ एक रात को हुई है। अगर इवैक्यूएट नहीं किया होता तो डेथ का टोल एक ही रात को उस दिन 200 से पार हो जाता, ये स्थिति थी। लेकिन सरकार के स्तर पर इस तरह के प्रयत्न प्रयास नहीं हो पा रहे, ये हमारे लिए चिंता का विषय है। और दूसरे उसके बाद जो रेस्टोरेशन के काम, अभी तक देखिए 1 महीने से ज्यादा समय हो गया हमारे वहां पर नुकसान को, अभी तक रोड कनेक्टिविटी एस्टेब्लिश पूरी तरह से नहीं हो पाई है, टेम्परेरी किया है सारा। वाटर सप्लाई जो है वो 90% इफेक्ट हुई है, यानी कि वॉश आउट हो गई है, उनको रिस्टोर करने के लिए बहुत वक्त लग रहा है। पावर सप्लाई की भी स्थिति ऐसी है, तो कुल मिलाकर के बहुत धीमी गति से काम हो रहा है, जिसको युद्ध स्तर पर करने की आवश्यकता है।
जयराम जी, वक्त निकालने के लिए, हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए और सीधी सीधी अब बातों का सीधा सीधा जवाब देने के लिए सर आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
All right, joining us at this point in time is Mr. Krishna Mitru, Disaster Management Consultant. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, former DG NDRF, is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Mitru, I'll begin with you and we'll also start with what the Supreme Court said on the 28th of July. All right, cloudburst is one thing, sir, but there is also a man-made ecological imbalance which has been promulgated and created by successive governments and successive administrations in Himachal Pradesh. And of course, civilian apathy is also being considered one of the reasons Himachal Pradesh finds itself in such a debilitating state. What is your impression of how to save Himachal Pradesh? We are not going to talk about what happened where, because we already know what happened, how many people are gone and what kind of damages we are looking at. What's the next step? Do you think that a sea change, a literally, no pun intended, a sea change is required when it comes to saving Himachal Pradesh, perhaps one of the only places, where tourists, flock to when summer arrives?
Very much for inviting me. I would say that whatever has happened today is not the result of what has happened yesterday. It is the result of a couple of years past that the human being has behaved. What has caused the extensive damages to the Earth's ecology is the ozone layer depletion, is a greenhouse effect, and unplanned development. I would specifically say unplanned development. Now, what has happened basically is that we have allowed extra heat to be generated from the Earth, mainly by burning fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are like coal, like the wood from the forests, and the animals. Now, what happens is all these things have added to the heating of the Earth. The more the heating, the more the evaporation from the oceans. And the more the evaporations, the more the clouding, and this clouding at times with the weather phenomena striking the cold hills, the clouds hitting the cold hills are the basic cause of what do we call it, the cloudbursts. Now, coming to the point, we know the causes of what has caused this extra erosion of the land, primarily the unplanned development. With that, what has happened is we have loosened the topsoil of the mountains. I was wanting to talk to Mr. Jairam Thakur also just now, who is Honorable ex-Chief Minister. He was the Chief Minister Himachal from 2017 to 2022. Now, what preemptive actions did he take for such a calamity oncoming? As we say, in India was a reactive state before, I think 1996 or 1997, when the government decided to order a high-powered committee onto disaster management. At one time, the subject of disaster management was handled by the Ministry of Agriculture. That was a time when India was reactive. We used to wait for a calamity to happen, a disaster to happen, like floods, drought, earthquake, fire, etc., and then react, then think how to react about it. This high-powered committee was under the chairmanship of Mr. K.C. Pant. Now, it evolved that India needs to be a proactive state, not a reactive state. We have done a lot of work as far as disaster management is concerned. A lot of policies have been laid, a lot of SOPs have been laid, and a lot of agencies have been formed to counter such an eventuality. Where I have experienced, in many cases, J&K, Himachal, Uttarakhand, to an extent Kerala, the administration has, I would say without prejudice, the administration has lacked in taking appropriate action in time. They have not taken due precautions. They have not built up the infrastructure to be ready. That is what I wanted to ask Mr. Thakur also just now, that what were the steps that he had taken during his tenure as the Chief Minister in prevention of disaster.
All right. So you already said that. So let me rope in Mr. Sanjay Kumar also, former DG NDRF as well. Mr. Kumar, appreciate you being here, sir. How do you look at the situation? Is this something that could have been salvaged had action been taken a few years or a few decades ago? Or do you think with the urbanization that we have seen in Himachal Pradesh, this was a disaster waiting to happen?
As we know, this phenomenon has been at the global level when the disasters, they are happening at the growing intensity as well as extent. Himachal is also a multi-hazard prone state like India, and the state has been experiencing widespread damages every year because of natural calamities, which have been taking a toll on human lives, cattle herds, distribution of public utilities, roads, bridges, footpaths, culverts, washing away of drinking water supply and irrigation schemes, houses, and distribution system, and private properties, including agriculture and horticulture. Under such a circumstance, need for an effective risk management and mitigation strategy has to be worked out. Infrastructure loss, as far as I understand, and has been brought out at various levels, is in the 3/4 of the loss in the last 20 years that we have invested in. So it's such a huge infrastructure loss. And that is why the justification of coming in of the disaster management is there. Therefore, a disaster resilient structure and risk management is all the more important under these circumstances, and the hardships of people and their utilities. They are the loss of their livelihood. They can be prevented as far as possible. There are research, as Mr. Sri Jairam Thakurji, ex-Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, depicted. So many researches are going on, but then we are still not able to find out a consensus where all these research models can join and we can evolve a composite system of model for this purpose. Moreover, the technical limitations, the remoteness, the investment, the economic viability, etc., is there. So it's a broad subject. As far as the responsive system is concerned, the disaster response is concerned, that is already going with the help of...
Fair enough, sir. We have some breaking news coming in. Well, an orange alert has been issued by the Indian Meteorological Department for the district of Mandi, as very severe rainfall is expected over the next 24 hours, is what we are learning. Kameshwar Sharma, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about this. Kameshwar, orange alert का एक तरह से announcement हो गया है, काफ़ी भारी भरकम बारिश होने की गुंजाइश है. किस तरीके से हिमाचल प्रदेश और मंडी इलाका, जो पहले ही क्लाउड बर्स्ट के प्रकोप से परेशान है, और ज़्यादा बारिश से जूझेगा?
जी बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से जो देखा जा रहा है पिछले 24 घंटे की अगर हम बात करें तो लगातार जो मूसलाधार वर्षा है जिला शिमला समेत अनेक जो जिला में देखने को मिली है। ऐसे में कहीं ना तो कहीं जिस तरीके से लैंडस्लाइड भी देखने को मिला है। अगर हम जिला शिमला की ये बात करें तो बीते दिन जिस तरीके से जो विकास नगर की खूबसूरती के पास जो लैंडस्लाइड हुआ, गनीमत यह रही कि उस दौरान वहां पर 25 से 30 गाड़ी रहती थी। जब वहां पर लगातार जो लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा था, ऐसे में वहां के जो स्थानीय लोगों ने अपने वाहन किसी अन्य स्थान ले गए। अगर बात करें रामपुर की, रामपुर में जिस तरीके से जो कल बीते 3 घरों पे जो मलबा घुस चुका था और ऐसे में जो तीनों लोग थे वहां पर जो रह रहे थे, परिवार थे, उन्होंने अपनी जान बचाकर किसी अन्य स्थान पर गए। तो कुल मिलाकर जो देखा जा रहा है हिमाचल प्रदेश में लगातार जो मूसलाधार वर्षा हो रही है, इससे जो जीवन है वो अस्त व्यस्त हो चुका है। अभी भी 283 जो सड़क मार्ग है वो अवरुद्ध है। तीनों ही नेशनल हाईवे, चाहे चंडीगढ़ शिमला, चंडीगढ़ मनाली और कीरतपुर समेत सभी जो नेशनल हाईवे वहां पर लगातार जो लैंडस्लाइड देखने को मिल रहा है। प्रशासन की ओर से लगातार सड़क मार्ग को बहाल करने का कार्य किया जा रहा है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी जिस तरीके से हिमाचल प्रदेश में मूसलाधार वर्षा हो रही है, ऐसे में कहीं ना तो कहीं जो समस्या है अधिक बढ़ चुकी है। अगर हम बात करें 20 जून से लेकर अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में 184 लोगों ने अपनी जानें गंवाई है। वहीं 1678 करोड़ से अधिक सरकारी और निजी संपत्ति का नुकसान हुआ। अगर देखा जाए जिस तरीके से हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी भी 283 जो सड़क मार्ग अवरुद्ध है, उनमें भी सर्वाधिक जो सड़क मार्ग अवरुद्ध है वो जिला मंडी में है। मंडी की अगर हम बात करें जिस तरीके से सिराज विधानसभा क्षेत्र में 30 जून को जो बादल फटा था, ऐसे में कुछ सड़क मार्ग ऐसे हैं जिन्हें अभी भी बहाल नहीं किया गया है, जिसके चलते वहां के किसान और बागवानों को भी परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। खासकर जिस तरीके से सब्जियां, मौसमी सब्जियां, चाहे बंद गोभी समेत अनेक सब्जियां हैं, साथ ही जो सेब है उन्हें कहीं ना तो कहीं मंडियों में पहुंचाने में किसान और बागवानों को दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। हिमाचल प्रदेश की अगर हम बात करें तो 70% से अधिक किसान और बागवान हैं। ऐसे में जो जीवन रेखा कहलाने वाली जो सड़क मार्ग अवरुद्ध होते हैं, तो कहीं स्थानीय लोगों के साथ साथ जो किसान और बागवान हैं उन्हें भी परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। आज भी जिस तरीके से जो हम देख रहे हैं लगातार ऐतिहासिक रिज मैदान में लगातार जो मूसलाधार वर्षा देखने को मिल रही है, प्रदेश के अधिकांश क्षेत्रों में जो ऑरेंज अलर्ट जारी किया गया है, लगातार जो वर्षा हो रही है। वहीं जो कोल डैम में आज अत्यधिक पानी हो गया था, जिसके चलते 1 बजे कोल डैम से पानी को छोड़ा गया। सतलुज नदी जो है वहां से खासकर अलर्ट दिया गया, वो रोपड़ होते हुए खासकर पंजाब के क्षेत्र में जाती है और पंजाब के क्षेत्र में कहना तो कहीं जो जल स्तर है वो 3 से लेकर 5 मीटर बढ़ा है।
चलिए कामेश्वर, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ। Some more breaking news coming in. The State Disaster Management Authority has provided updates about the extent of the damage in Himachal Pradesh. So far, the state has reported 28 cloud bursts, 53 flash floods and 47 landslides. Additionally, 134 power transformers and 266 drinking water supply schemes are currently non-functional since the onset of monsoon on the 20th of June. Rupees 1700 crores worth of damage has also been reported in Himachal Pradesh is what we are learning. कामेश्वर, जैसा आपने अभी फरमाया कि 1700 करोड़ से भी अधिक का नुकसान हो चुका है और जिस तरीके से बारिश थमने का नाम नहीं ले रही है कामेश्वर, ये नुकसान और ये आंकड़े आगे ही बढ़ेंगे।
जी, इसमें कोई दुराई नहीं है। जिस तरीके से अगर देखा जाए हिमाचल प्रदेश में सितंबर माह तक जो वर्षा का प्रकोप देखने को मिल रहा है और ऐसे में अभी तक जो 20 जून से लेकर अभी तक की अगर देखते हैं 184 लोगों की जाने की है। ये बात जरूर है कि अगर हम 2 वर्ष की पहले की बात करें तो 2023 में तो हिमाचल प्रदेश में अत्यधिक आपदा देखने को मिली, जहां पर 12,000 करोड़ से अधिक का नुकसान हुआ था। लेकिन अगर इस वर्ष की भी बात करें तो 17,000 करोड़ से अधिक का जो नुकसान हुआ है, खासकर सरकारी और निजी क्षेत्र में नुकसान हुआ है और खासकर कुछ सड़क मार्ग ऐसे हैं जो कि अभी भी अवरुद्ध है। सिराज विधानसभा क्षेत्र की बात करें, जंजैहली, करसोग और खासकर जिस तरीके से जो देखा जा रहा है पूरे प्रदेश में मंडी जिला में सर्वाधिक नुकसान हुआ, जिनमें से 4 विधानसभा क्षेत्र, नाचन विधानसभा क्षेत्र, करसोग विधानसभा क्षेत्र, सिराज और धर्मपुर विधानसभा क्षेत्र में अत्यधिक नुकसान देखने को मिल रहा है। लगातार जो प्रशासन की ओर से जो सड़क मार्ग को खोलने का कार्य युद्ध स्तर पर किया जा रहा है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है, ऐसे में जो मशीनरी प्रदेश में लगी है वो पर्याप्त नहीं है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से इस बार लगातार देखे जा रहा है एक सड़क मार्ग को यहाँ ठीक किया जाता है तो 15 किलोमीटर के बाद पुनः लैंडस्लाइड हो जाता है। ऐसे में कहीं ना तो कहीं जो प्रदेश में इस समय जो मशीनरी लगी है वो पर्याप्त नहीं है, जिसके चलते जो सड़क मार्गों को खोलने का कार्य फिलहाल नहीं हो पा रहा है। अगर हम देख रहे हैं जिस तरीके से हिमाचल प्रदेश की हम बात करें, लगातार जो वर्षा हो रही है ऐसे में समस्याएं जरूर बढ़ी है, खासकर जो पेयजल योजनाएं ठप पड़ी है, ऐसे में लोगों को पीने का पानी मुहैया नहीं उपलब्ध हो पा रहा है। खासकर लोगों की जो पाइपलाइनें क्षतिग्रस्त हुई है। उप मुख्यमंत्री मुकेश अग्निहोत्री जिनके पास IPS स्वयं है, उन्होंने भी कहा है कि खासकर जो पाइपलाइनें उन्हें
this is obviously something that we're going to monitor over a period of time, but Mr. Mithru, considering the fact that more rains are expected and an orange alert has been sounded off, how precarious is the situation now? We've already lost close to 200 people here.
First thing the state government should do is to evacuate the tourists, number of tourists. Primarily for the reasons that it can be hazardous, staying there can be hazardous at this stage. Secondly, there are lesser facilities which are getting depleted due to these landslides and extra rainfall, etc. And resources are becoming scarce. So I would first appeal to the state government to request the tourists to get back, forget about their reservations, etc. And in interest of their own lives, they should get back and reduce the population up hills. Secondly, I would request the states to take stern measures in stopping the surface erosion, the topsoil erosion, by not cutting the trees, by allowing the tree roots to strengthen the topsoil of the mountains, and to, I would say, make proper SOPs for the disaster management and practice those SOPs and make the public more aware of the actions that can be taken in case of such emergencies, in case of such natural calamities, is my appeal.
Fair enough, sir. Appreciate you joining us. In fact, we have run out of time, but nevertheless, this is a very difficult situation for people in Himachal Pradesh. Like I said, an orange alert has been issued, and things are being monitored. More and more people are being cautious about going to Himachal Pradesh. But remember, this was the time that people would head to Himachal Pradesh to enjoy the weather. All of that has changed. We take a short break now. We'll be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
Hello and welcome to a special program of Cricket Predictor brought to you by NewsX. We are right outside the Oval Cricket Ground in London. And guess what? You've got an inspirational story, you've got a doctor with me, and you've got a councillor. Yes, councillor from one of the political parties. I'm asked not to introduce, but the gesture she has done, Claire, is absolutely one of those most exciting. Of course, along with me is Yusuf. Yusuf is an avid cricket watcher and who's had an amazing day of cricket. Yusuf, he's visually impaired, but at the same time, he's one of the best fans you could get. Yusuf, let's start the show with you. What do you think of the overall situation? Were you excited with the outcome?
Yes.
Take your shot.
It was absolutely brilliant. This morning, somebody asked me on the way to the ground, did I think England were going to win?
35 runs? Yes, of course England are going to win. Absolutely. 35 runs, easy peasy. Then I sat down, first ball, 4, second ball, 4. Then, of course, cricket does what it does to you. Wicket falls, and you start doing that with your hands, and you start crossing your fingers, and your heart rate goes up. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic day. A bit disappointed that England didn't win, but Indian deserved that victory.
Absolutely. We've got Rahul Gandhi with us. Of course, he's one of the microbiologists who's working in the field of viruses and everything serious. How did you manage to come here for just 36 runs, cheering the Indian side as you did?
It's the sport, isn't it? It's all cricket. So we've just done an on-call shift last night. We've just done a whole 12-hour shift, finished at 8 a.m. in the morning, and then made it to the Oval. So yeah, it's all for the love of cricket.
Absolutely, love of cricket. We'll come to Mr. Fernandez in a while, but Claire, you seem to be an odd one out, a politician. She's a councillor from one of the constituency here in London. Just take us through your political part, and now you're helping Yusuf to be a part of it.
Yeah, well, so I'm Claire. I'm a councillor in London Borough of Croydon, so in South London. I'm a Lib Dem councillor, so I love cricket though. I absolutely love cricket, and it's fantastic to be able to have the opportunity to come and spend even a couple of hours here away from my job and away from my constituents to come and cheer England on. Sadly, we didn't quite get the result, but
absolutely. Sadly, you didn't get the result, but you did manage to do something very important. Just tell us, how did you manage to get Yusuf here, who's so passionate? And I'm going to come back to you and ask the story about the match today, but the gesture that you've done, the humanitarian thing.
Yeah, so Yusuf and I are friends through politics. So Yusuf is hoping to get elected next year, and I'm sure you'll all agree he'd make an absolutely wonderful councillor. He's very articulate and knows a lot more about than just cricket. But Yusuf can't come to the Oval on his own just because it's very, very busy in here today. And so I was absolutely delighted when he asked if I would come along with him. I love coming to the Oval, so a really good opportunity to come and spend the day with Yusuf. Giving him a bit of guidance as to what's going on in the atmosphere. Obviously, you can actually hear what's going on most of the time, and you know more than what's going on than I do sometimes because you've got the commentary in your ear. But it's a brilliant opportunity to be able to come and make sure that Yusuf can actually come to the cricket because he's
inspiring life story. You can't physically see the game, but you enjoy and you have the stats of every bowler. When you got to know the overcast condition, 4 wickets to go, you've got a councillor with you. There were 4s in the first over. Were you a happy man then, or are you a happy man now after the outcome as well, irrespective?
I was so happy then, much enjoying myself. Am I happy now? Yes, I'm happy. It's been one of the best Test match series there's been. I've been following cricket for 20 odd years. 2005 Ashes was the best Test series ever, I think. This one runs it very closely second. The Indian side came over. They were really competitive. Shubman Gill was brilliant. Today was just the cherry on top of the cake.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was, and it kept us going right up to the end. 6 runs to go. He could have done it in one shot, but got bowled. That's cricket. It breaks your heart.
Absolutely. What about Chris Woakes walking in the middle? Do you think that was one of the most inspiring moments in the history of Test cricket?
Oh, I mean, we talk about Colin Cowdrey doing that back in 1960, I think it was, something like that. It's the first time I've ever seen anybody do it. He came out. We all stood up and applauded him. Coming out with the shoulder the way it was. The way he ran that I think it was
those singles, yeah.
First run, the guy was in absolute agony. And yet he ran. What a player. And my friends over here will agree. The Indian fans really respect that quality. It's something much special.
Well, we're talking about the Indian players as well. Let me ask you, the Indian side of it, if you were to pick up one or two, one batter and one bowler, who would that be? Because this draw is as good as victory for the Test cricket, and if not for a team.
Shubman Gill, first series that he's been captain. He's batted really, really well. He's scored hundreds. He seems to have made the right decisions at the right times. Yeah, he's learning how to be a captain. He made the odd mistake here and there. And he's captain of India. I mean, come on, that's the most pressurized job in the world. A billion and 1.3 billion of you out there all cheering him. So, batsman, Shubman Gill. Bowler,
There were not great bowlers in this series other than Siraj.
Jasmine. I think, am I right? He took the final wicket today. Yeah, bowling. What a way to end.
Absolutely. Now we go on to the English cricket side. You've got Ben Stokes, and at the same time you had Joe Root. That makes basically an incredible couple.
Ben Stokes, they were headlining, like they were really, like even with Ben Stokes not being in the final game, you could still feel his presence. I would also say Ben Duckett, to be honest, spearheaded the attack and really good play of cricket.
Ben Duckett as well.
Yeah.
The way Yusuf has been explaining the intricacies of it, I wonder how much is your contribution? Did you go into his ear and say things like, oh, this is what is happening? Or is he like, made for it?
Yeah, no, well, he knows what's happening in the cricket, but what he can't get is necessarily the atmosphere. And so I was telling him, oh, there's a whole load of kids, the Indian fans that are crowded into the front, and there's 7 seats there, but there's about 20 people in there. So I was kind of trying to, hopefully I can add the kind of atmosphere, the colour to the experience, because coming to the Oval is such a fantastic experience, and being able to kind of sort of tell him what was going on in all the different parts of the ground was really fun. It's new for me as well. I usually come to watch the cricket, so being able to come and describe it to somebody else and for you to kind of see it through my eyes was really interesting.
Well, seldom you get a political person talk so, in greater detail, unless you are Rishi Sunak, who actually was in the commentator's box on a couple of occasions. Do you get the inspiration from there coming in? On a far serious note, who's your standout moment for the series overall?
Oh gosh, that's a tricky one. I actually honestly think, maybe it's only because I'm just watching it today and I'm just remembering, but I mean the whole series has been fantastic. But just seeing Chris Woakes coming out there this morning, I think it really embodies the fact that it's been really tough, this series, hasn't it? On everybody, on both the players, sets of players. You can feel the angst. There's been a lot of aggro. Joe Root getting upset the other day because he was being shouted at. And it's just taken a lot out of both sets of players, and it's been so close. So for me, just kind of Chris coming out this morning just embodied that kind of like there's this grit and determination from both sides. Neither side wanted to lose.
Absolutely, neither side wanted to lose. But you have a situation where you've got a century by Joe Root. Did it not take your faith in the Indian team?
No, it didn't actually, because I trusted our Indian batting. Like most of the players, they clicked well. I mean, they performed better without the senior players in the team. It gave them an opportunity to expose themselves.
Well, we have Ben Stokes just coming in live as we talk. Let's listen in.
The series as a whole, even before this game, it was just all 4 games going to 5 days. This one again, and yeah, it's been toe to toe pretty much for 25 days. 2 very good teams who have thrown everything at each other, left nothing out there. So I guess from a cricket fan's point of view, you sort of go 2-2 is probably fair. Obviously, we're disappointed now to have not got the result that we wanted to give us a series win. So there's obviously that disappointment, a little bit of frustration there as well from everyone. But yeah, I think as a massive advocate of this format and Test cricket as a whole, this has certainly been one of those series that can hopefully keep that narrative around Test cricket is dying. And yeah, disappointed from obviously a playing point of view, but as an advocate of the game, the series has been fantastic to be part of.
With Root and Brook batting yesterday, do you think you were going to get over the line? And what did you make of the nature of Brook's dismissal?
Yeah, look, obviously 380 is obviously a very large total to try and chase down. But as the game got deeper and deeper, the way that the wicket was playing completely changed from days 1 and days 2. So we knew that if any of our lads were to get in, then that was going to give us a good chance. Harry got us into that position by playing in a particular way, putting the Indian bowlers under immense pressure to take them away from being able to consistently bowl the areas that they wanted to bowl. I'm sure everyone was applauding him when he brought up his 100 in the way that he did. Some of the shots he played were unbelievable. So, yeah, the dismissal and the way that he got out was a shot that we've seen a lot of him do in that innings, which I'm sure was getting a lot of praise. So, yeah.
Do you feel a stronger team off the back of this series as you look ahead to the Ashes? Have there been key lessons learned across this series from your point of view?
No, I think we were in a nice, strong place coming into the series. I think from a team point of view, and certainly as an individual point of view, some guys will leave the series, found out a lot more about themselves.
You had Ben Stokes talking about his experience, about the feelings. Of course, this is not a great sight to be in, especially when you're playing 2 up and at the same time you're trying to level the series. India was coming in with great aplomb and great reservoirs of everything they had to had there in their part. They were just throwing in. Quick question, Claire.
Yeah.
This is the best series of our life that we've covered. Yusuf has said it. This is the best in the last 20 years. Are you a cricket fan, or if you get elected and if you go progress in your political career, do you think cricket is a great leveler and gets people close from all communities?
Yes, if I were to become Prime Minister, I would follow in the footsteps of Theresa May and John Major and spend all of my spare time at the cricket if I was allowed to. No, I think cricket is a fantastic lever, and I think one of the things that's happened in the last few years as well is that more people from state schools and non-private schools have engaged in cricket, and there are some brilliant organisations out there who are actually doing a lot to bring cricket into the mainstream of schools, because in the past it's been dominated by a particular kind of class of people. And I think it's brilliant that we're able to bring.
There's a lot of diversity now when you look at the English cricket team.
Generally is something that just brings people together, isn't it? It's it crosses boundaries, it crosses languages. It's a fantastic way of showing that there's more that we have in common than divides us, and I think that's what sport can do.
Well, absolutely, sport can do that. Now let's talk about some of the best moments that you go back about this series before we wrap up our show in the next 5 minutes. Raj? Quickly, Yusuf.
150 from Joe Root. Saw it last week. My best moment of the series.
Well, absolutely, best moment. Paul, what is your great moment of this series when you wrap up their memories of this year?
I go by saying that Stokes, the way he bowled in the previous test, I mean to say he went all out to get that victory.
Yes.
And
before we wrap up our show, Shubman Gill is live. Raj, quick word. You've been following it with great interest.
Yeah.
Quick memory of this.
Shubman Gill? Yeah, Shubman Gill, I think he played well. He led it from the front, and it was good to see him, with the bat as well and from the field as well. So yeah, really excited for him as a prospect going forward. So yeah, good victory for India.
Absolutely, good victory for India. That's all we had time for. We leave you with Shubman Gill addressing the media right now, and we'll go there and see you right after this break. Thank you for joining us in this special presentation. We had a councillor, we had an amazing cricket fan, and we had 2 Indian fans as well. This is Sunil Yashkalda signing off from Oval.
You were there at the Gabba. You were here. 2 of the greatest test matches that we have possibly seen. आप बताइए, आप कहाँ रेट करोगे इसको? और आज सुबह कल वो हैरी ब्रुक वाला कैच और लॉर्ड्स लेके आप वापस नहीं जा सकते थे, वो हम लोग सभी सोच रहे थे. आप बताइए ये कहाँ रेट करोगे?
हाँ, इसको तो हाईली रेट करूंगा, क्योंकि जैसे हम लोग ने फर्स्ट डे से लेके अभी तक 5th सीरीज और 5th डे मतलब जैसा फाइट किया हम लोग ने, इट्स अनबिलीवेबल फाइट. ईच एंड एवरीवन ड्रेसिंग रूम एंड बिलीव इतना था ये ड्रेसिंग रूम में, हर किसी के ऊपर बिलीव था कि हम लोग यहाँ से कर दें, क्योंकि यंगस्टर है, हर कोई है, मतलब हर किसी का बिलीव ऐसा था कि हम लोग यहाँ से मैच जीतेंगे. और जैसे आपने बोला हरी ब्रुक का कैच, बट लॉर्ड्स में भी अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो आउट, मतलब मेरे साथ ही क्यों ऊपर वाला है, बट या मतलब ऊपर वाले ने भी कुछ अच्छा लिखा था होगा मेरे लिए, इसीलिए आज मुझे ये मुकाम पे और विकेट भी दिया लास्ट विकेट, तो बहुत ही अच्छा लगा.
कैप्टन, लास्ट जब फ्यू ओवर्स चल रहे थे, सबको ऐसा लग रहा था शायद आप फील्ड जो है वो अंदर बुलाओगे ताकि सिंगल ना आए, और दूसरी चीज़ न्यू बॉल के बारे में आप कुछ बताओगे दैट वो अवेलेबल थी,
क्या आपके जहन में चल रहा था? और सिराज भाई, जब आप कल शाम को जा रहे थे, आपसे ये सवाल है कि क्या आपको लग रहा था कि ये ऊपर वाले का ये रहम एक करम हो गया है कि कल का दिन मिल गया है, नया बॉल भी रहेगा, मौसम भी साथ दे रहा था, और आज का दिन हिंदुस्तान लिखा है आज के दिन पर?
Firstly, yes, we did have the option of second new ball, but I think जिस तरीके से Siraj and Prasidh they were bowling, we didn't feel like we needed the new ball. They can do the job for us even if it's a 80 over-old ball. And secondly, we thought कि we still have the wicket-taking options on this wicket. LBW bowled ज़्यादा हुए हैं, वो हमारे पास ऑप्शन, अगर उनको रन बनाने हैं तो उनको बाउंड्रीज ही मारने पड़ेंगे. But rather let them have 30 singles and score those 30 runs rather than score 5-6 बाउंड्री मार के. हमको पता था कि उनके ऊपर बहुत प्रेशर है. कोई भी टीम उस पोजीशन में होती है तो हमेशा बैटिंग टीम के ऊपर ज़्यादा प्रेशर आता है, क्योंकि इट्स एक बॉल का गेम है आउट करने का. तो हमको था कि हमको गेम जितना हम लंबा लेके जा सकते हैं उसमें हमारे साथ प्रोबेबिलिटी ज़्यादा रहेगी, क्योंकि विकेट टेकिंग बॉल गिरने के चांसेस ज़्यादा हैं.
जैसे कल हम लोग के पास मोमेंटम आ गया था, क्योंकि जैसे प्रसिद्ध ने रूट और बेथल को आउट किया था, तो मोमेंटम हमारे पास था. जैसे बॉल चल रहा था कल भी, तो हम लोग सोचे थे जितना हो सके कल ही लिपटा देने के लिए सोचे थे, बट ऊपर वाले ने कुछ अच्छा ही लिखा था. आज फिर बुलाया और 1.4 बिलियन पीपल, एवरीवन इज हैप्पी टू फेस, तो बहुत ही अच्छा है.
Shubman, it has been a roller coaster ride in the 6-7 months with the test team. जैसे आप लोग आए, you've been the new captain. Personally, how has this journey been, given there have been so big names missing in this team? There was a lot of that was an unsettled team. Personally, how have you grown through the series? You mentioned in Manchester that you felt as a captain it was more exhausting for you. But now looking back, how do you feel you have grown?
So I think there are moments like these where you feel the journey is worth it. The moment that we had in the morning, and there have been a lot of highs and lows, and that's kind of expected, especially with sports. And obviously, every game or every time you go into bat, you want to be able to perform. You want to be able to score a century. But unfortunately, that's not how the game or life works. You should be able to navigate through the highs and lows of life and trying to stay balanced throughout. That's what at least I believe in, that I want to be able to stay balanced, whether we have won the match, lost the match, I've done well, or I've not done well. It's difficult, but it's a process. That's the real journey, to be able to stay balanced. And I'm still learning, but so far so good.
Shubman, there are lots of moments in this series memorable personally and as your teammates. Like if you can pick two of them, one of yours who you think big takeaway for you, and something, a team moment which you think symbolizes this team and what the template it sets going ahead.
What we did this morning kind of summarize what this team is all about. 70 odd runs, 7 wickets in hand. The way Brook and Root were going, not many teams in the world would have given themselves a chance. But this team believes that, whenever we have some kind of an opening, we can get through that opening. And that's what we were talking about once Brook was out and then we got early wicket of Bethel, that this is our opening. Let's try to build pressure on them. One more wicket from here, and you never know. It's cricket, still 70 odd runs on day 4 on that kind of a wicket, or even 50 runs. They would be under pressure. But when you've got bowlers like him bowling, it makes your job as a captain very easy. You're just standing out there and you just want to appreciate their bowling.
Your personal moment as a batsman you grew?
Sir, each 100 that I scored had a very different significance, if I can say. The one in Leeds was my first match. I was under a bit of pressure, not being able to perform, especially in this format, how I wanted to. So that 100 would always be special for me. And then the double 100 and the 100 in Birmingham, to be able to seal that match was also special. And the one in Manchester, to be able to save that game from there. Each of them has a story, and each of them means a lot to me, like all the moments that we have had. So it's difficult to just pick one, because it's been I think we have played there were 25 days of cricket and we have played 25 days of cricket. So just to be able to pick one moment, it's very hard.
Yeah, Shubman.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. US President Donald Trump has for the 30th time said that he stopped the war between India and Pakistan. While there is no surprise since he wants that UN Peace Prize desperately, it's obvious that Trump is trying everything he can to get a trade deal with India. His pressure tactics are five-folds: cornering India on the Russian oil imports, signaling US is increasing business with Pakistan, constantly needling India on mediation with Pakistan, calling India a dead economy, and even taunting India on future oil imports. In this quest, what Trump doesn't realize is that he has completely changed how he is perceived by India. India's response to Trump's tactics has been calm and forward-looking, and we have refused to give in to his tantrums and maintained that national interest remains top priority. But to what extent will Trump go on, in fact, to get his deal? Will the next round of negotiations see some progress towards the India-US deal, or are we going to hit further roadblocks? That's what we discussed with some prominent names. Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, President of the CDPR, with us on the show. Dr. Sharat Kohli, Senior Economist, joins us on the program as well. Last but not the least, Gautam Mukherjee, Senior Journalist, with us on the show as well. Dr. Kohli, I'll begin with you. Well, we've discussed this before as well, but let's try and look at a crystal ball now. Trump is pretty predictable. He tries to be unpredictable, Dr. Kohli, but in that unpredictability, he's become very predictable because we know he's going to say one thing and do another. Is that something that is also expected when it comes to India? We obviously have a trade deficit with the United States, but the fact of the matter is that the Americans want to counter China. They do not want the Chinese to in fact creep up to $30 trillion. Which is not difficult for China in the next few years. They need India to become that impediment. They need India to become that backup. Do you think when it comes to Donald Trump, there is a huge distance between the lip and the cup?
Good evening, Vineet. Good evening to my fellow panelists and NewsX viewers. Well, I was, contemplating a peace prize for tariffs. So we could have a new prize around the world. Let's call it the tariff peace prize. We badly need that. But forget about the Nobel Peace Prize for the moment. He said he stopped 6 wars, and probably first a war happens, a war is created, and then of course it is stopped. So let's not get into that territory. Let's focus on the question you've asked. I think the deal will happen. That's my crystal ball says the deal will happen, as you rightly said. United States cannot afford to, have these kind of relations with India, what Donald Trump is doing. India has got a very strategic location. And India is the second biggest Asian giant after China. So it could counter China. I think America needs India. And it cannot afford to spoil relations with India in the manner in which Donald Trump has been dealing for the moment. Because the reality, as far as Donald Trump is concerned, I've seen it sinks in, but it sinks in gradually when he starts realizing, as you rightly said, he is unpredictable. But as you rightly said again, he is predictable in many ways. So what is the only constant in Donald Trump is the change. So that's what I feel. I think the flip-flop is going to happen. It may take a while. I think the Russian factor and the Russian oil is counting on his mind. The Ukraine war, he said, one of his aides said, I was shocked to hear what the aide said, that India is responsible for the deaths happening in the Ukraine because you're funding the war in Ukraine, in Russia. And, I completely disagree with that. I refute that because I think we are a sovereign country. We've got a right to deal with whichever country we want to, irrespective of what relations it has with another country. That's point number one. And the hypocrisy here is, and the irony of the situation is that US by itself has from January to July imported $2 billion worth of goods. Some of those goods are indispensable. There are no alternates available. One of them I can name is the fertilizer, which US wasn't able to find anywhere, and desperately the farming sector in US needed that fertilizer, and it was imported from Russia. So this is hypocrisy. You are trying to blacklist a country. You're trying to impose sanctions on a country. You're trying to threaten secondary tariffs on a country, and you are yourself and your own allies in NATO. They have been dependent on Russian energy ever since the war in Ukraine started. So what kind of sanctions are these? It's a sanction of convenience. When I need, there are no sanctions, but you want to impose it on some other person. So first of all, I think I completely refute what the aide of White House, whosoever that was, saying. I think President Trump is trying to twist the whole game forcibly in his favor. And a classic example is removal of Erica, the head of BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. When she said that 73,000 jobs only new jobs have been created as compared to, over 250,000 in the previous year. So there is a slowdown in the US. And I think it is improper and it is inappropriate for American administration or Trump administration to hide that slowdown. In my view, Vineet, my own analysis says that US is technically in recession. And this can be proved by several aspects. You look at the job creation there, look at the problem with the small businesses are facing. You look at the investment which is coming into US, look at the real ground level inflation. Poor Jerome Powell, I really pity that Fed chairperson. He's such a disciplined person, such a sweet person, that he is. And, he's going to be axed soon because I don't think there'll be a rate cut in America. President Trump says everything is hunky-dory, we are doing very well, so please cut down the rates of Fed, which I don't think is going to happen because 9:2 was the weighting in FOMC a few days ago against rate cut, which categorically means that inflation right now, on record, it may be shown as 2-3%. But when you go to my friends in the US were telling me, when you go to the stores, you find that you get drained out of whatever you have in your pocket, and the same amount of goods that you carry home, which you used to carry earlier, you have to pay so many more dollars for that. So I think the situation of the US economy is not very good. $36 trillion of liability on US on a GDP of $29-30 trillion. He wants to make America great again. In the process, he's trying to drain out so much of economic wealth of America in more ways than one, whether by way of inflation. Once inflation sets in America, I'm sure you will see a hit on the US dollar. You're going to see exodus of investments from there. You're going to see other companies, other countries for that matter, who have invested in US Treasury. There's going to be a fear. There's going to be a frenzy amongst the investors in the US Treasury. It's going to cause mayhem. And, I don't know what he's up to, who are his advisors, who is he listening to, who's sounding him these economic policies, and why is he doing what he is doing, issuing letters to more than 60 to 90 countries, of tariffs everywhere. And just wait for August 8th, the first Qayamat ka date, the deadline he's given to Russia that you stop the war, else, the usual petty style of Donald Trump. He's going to probably levy secondary tariffs after that. And probably India maybe, so that's my only concern. Coming back to what you said, we've come a full circle in what I described. If these secondary tariffs, come, I think that will be an alarm bell as far as India is concerned. But otherwise, I really don't see any reason why this deal will not happen. There are so many goods which India is supplying right now. There's a long list in leather, footwear, toys, chemicals, plant and machinery, electronics, gems and jewelry. There's a very long list. And some of this stuff I came to know from America, from some of my friends, that people in America, in certain parts of America, certain pockets of America, they become so used to using these goods at the prices at which they're available in the shelves. You know that they will find it very difficult if they land up at 25% or after secondary tariff at 50%, 40%, whatever expensive. You know, it's going to be very hard for consumers. So consumers are going to be, I think President Trump is completely delineated from the reality on ground. I'm just waiting for a couple of weeks to pass by when you'll see this inflation hitting the American economy very, very hard, Vineet. So therefore, for that reason, I see that there'll be a turnaround and the deal will happen. You know, der hai, andher nahi is what I would say as far as the deal is concerned.
All right, Gautam, where do you see yourself, you know, in terms of the India, you know, United States relationship? A trade deal is obviously something that we have been aspiring to have with them since a very, very long time. But Donald Trump does not do anything without theatrics. Is this theatrics that we are witnessing right now, which will perhaps produce a deal you know, that we did not even anticipate is going to be that good of a deal? I sound like Donald Trump right now. Or do you think that this is something that India needs to be wary of while dealing with the Americans? Because we obviously have our own trade priorities, you know, to take care of as well, including our farmers.
I think, Vineet, that we are moving away from the idea of achieving a viable trade deal with the United States. The reason being that it isn't just the 25%, which, if that's all it was, we might have managed, because there are many exemptions to the tariffs, and there are really not much of an impact of this 25% deal in terms of our GDP. It will affect some of the heavy employment areas such as textiles, gems and jewelry, and shrimps and so on. But we could channel these through third parties like Britain and the UAE unless he puts similar taxes as he did on Vietnam that says that any third party routes will also be taxed at a higher rate. He could also ask for certificates of origin to complicate it. But, you know, when you're issuing tariff letters to 90 countries, you're going to lose the woods for the trees if you are, secondary sanctioning a lot of countries, the woods being China and the trees being everyone else. So if you're going to do the same treatment as you are planning for China to all the other countries, particularly India, which has been singled out, you're not going to. Then there's this whole business of penalties. Now, if you're going to impose all of this, there is very little India can do about it. So I think India is proceeding with its existing FTAs, the latest being the one with the UK. It is pressing hard on speeding up the FTAs which are in the pipeline, for example, with the EU and other smaller countries. And we will try to weather the storm on that basis. We have also made very clear that we are going to buy whatever we feel like from Russia, and there is very little America can do about it except sanction us, and we are ready for those sanctions. So it's going to be a rough patch, but the longest it can be is the 3 years or so that Trump is in office. And we've been through worse. When we detonated our nuclear bombs, we were sanctioned, and that lasted for quite a while. Our economy kept growing through it, and then they were lifted because there wasn't really very far they could go. I think Trump should concentrate on doing what he can to stop the Ukraine-Russian war and not try to bully India. India is not willing to be bullied. And that is more than apparent with our reactions ever since he began his threats. Vinny.
All right, Dr. Bhattacharya. Well, India needs to be prepared because there could be an opportunity here. There could also be a precedent where India is going to not agree to everything what the Americans have to say. But the fact of the matter is we are better off dealing with America positively than we are establishing any kind of a negative rapport that may harm us in countering China and becoming perhaps the third or the second largest economy in the next few years. We need the Americans, don't we?
Yeah, needless to say, this is a very complex situation. There is no straight answer. So everything that you said, Vineet, is absolutely true. We need America. If anyone is saying that we don't need them, that's not true at all. We need to grow fast, and for that, US is important for us. Unfortunately, if you look at it the other way around, we are only about 5% of exports from US. Even though I'm saying 5%, that's still very significant from an economic terms. Now, in terms of economic blocks, we are actually number 4th because there is ahead of us there is China and Europe, and only then we come in. So there is US, China, Europe, and then we come in because Europe behaves like a block. It is one economic block, and so for quite some time we will not become the third largest economic bloc. We may be the third largest economy, but not the economic bloc. And we do need to have access to these markets. We need the European market, we need the American market, and if possible, we need to crack open the Chinese market, the way China has cracked open the Indian market, and we allow everything from China to come in. But you try and sell anything to China, that's very, very difficult unless it's a raw material. They will only buy raw material, and therefore India behaves like a colony in front of China. And so coming back to the US issue, if you look at the trade deals that US has cracked till now, they've all been beneficial to US from the Trump administration perspective. They've been able to access the European Union market at zero duty while they have imposed a 15% tariff on imports from US. Same with the Thai deal, same with the Vietnam deal, and so on and so forth. So it's from the US administration perspective, they seem to be on a winning streak. Is that good for the US economy is a different question altogether. I will not touch it in this particular discussion. But from an Indian perspective, therefore, we can't afford to stay away for long. However, if we jump in the terms and conditions that the US is laying out, please do keep in mind that we'll be signing the agreement for not just 1 year or 2 years, but for generations. So the next generations will come in and curse us as to why we signed this one-sided agreement. Why did we put our farmers under the bus and ignore them completely? Why did we ignore our MSMEs completely? So it is not just a signing of a 1 year, 2 year agreement. It's a generational signing that happens. In addition, any new FTA that India signs will take our concessions to the US as the baseline and then will take things forward, which means that we start losing everything. For every other FTA, we have to open up our agricultural market, we have to open up our dairy market, we have to have zero duty imports allowed, and so on and so forth. So that is clearly not an acceptable proposition. But what does India do? As you rightly said, India can't say we won't do this and we won't do that because that's a framework that the US has laid out. So it is a complex situation. We need to work through it calmly. Even with smaller entities like Maldives, we did not hit back at them. We were very, very patient. It has paid off. I'm sure patience would probably pay off with the US. I have full faith in the negotiators of this government. I'm sure they'll come out with a deal which will overall be beneficial for the people of our country.
Absolutely right. And Dr. Kohli, the Prime Minister also spoke just a few days back. We are not going to discontinue buying oil from Russia. We may not buy defense equipment, the F-35s from the Americans as a result of this, unwanted provocation from Donald Trump. And the Prime Minister also spoke of something which Mahatma Gandhi has always propagated, and that is do Swadeshi, buy Swadeshi, promote Swadeshi, and export Swadeshi. That's, of course, probably a serendipity, which is going to come to light if Donald Trump continues down this road.
Absolutely. I think buying Swadeshi, buying local, being vocal for local has been a slogan for a very long time now. Ever since we started with Make in India, and we have to cut down on imports. If you see our dependability on Chinese imports, which is most alarming, more than $100 billion plus of trade deficit with China, and it just keeps growing by the day. But if you look at the deals which President Trump has done, I would like to add, I'm sorry to say that, I would like to add poor in front of the country's name. Poor Indonesia, poor Vietnam, poor UK. You know why? Because it's been a deal of bully. It's not a deal. They've been bullied. I'll send my goods. Don't impose any tariffs. They will land there just free. Whatever I want to send, I'll send. But when your goods come, for example, Indonesia, I will levy 19%. This is not a deal. This is the classic case of a bully. So deal is when both the parties, deal is what India did with UK. That let's sit down together. You understand the structure of my economy. We understand the structure of your economy. We see the weighted average of the goods being, what kind of goods we are importing, what kind of goods we are exporting. Like, for example, the automobile which we signed with as part of the Indo-UK deal, that had a limited quota. So that's the way it is done. We have to look at the size of the India and US economy. What surprises me, Vineet, is that Trump administration failing to understand the structure of Indian economy. They are only thinking of America. Whereas when you do a deal, the basic premise is that you think of both the parties. I think a little bit about you. You think a little bit about me. Fine, I'm working in my interest. You're working in your interest, but we have to keep each other's interest as well in mind. I cannot just be thinking, but what I'm finding in the American deal, Vineet, where I went through all the deals that they have done, I found it was only and only America first. Well, those countries must have done the deals under compulsion, which is what President Trump wants us to give a free dairy ride, a free agri ride, whatever crops I send. In fact, Dr. Bhattacharya was saying that the generations to come would curse us. I agree. I would like to add one sentence. This generation is going to kill us. I mean, you're going to see farmers, on the road. Imagine you have a genetically modified, soya bean and corn, which looks so beautiful. Go to the stores, and who's going to buy here? And you get those dairy products, in fact, the milk which President Trump wants us to import, the dairy products, they are non-vegetarian. I'm a vegetarian. I would not like to consume. 38% in India are vegetarians. And if your cow and your buffalo, whatever animal that is, if that is being fed with meat, obviously the milk is also meat. Your chara is meat, so your milk is meat. So, I mean, how can you, in a country as sensitive as that, where we value our sentiments, we value our whatever traditions we follow, we cannot allow a free run for that. So the generations to come, I agree with Dr. Bhattacharya, will kill, but this generation is going to kill us. First of all, look at the farmers. As it is, we see farmers agitated on smaller issues like price and so many things, and this is going to cause hue and cry. And why should India compromise its sovereignty anyway? Why should we stop importing oil from Russia just because America says we start importing? I mean, we are still getting a discount, by the way, of $2 to $3 a barrel. It used to be $5 to $6 a barrel at one point of time, but the discount has gone down. 1/3 of our oil is coming from Russia. So what? What's the big deal? You want everything to be happening with America, and you don't want us to deal because either President Trump loves America so much that she is my beloved. I cannot afford that she starts talking to somebody else or she's roaming around with somebody else. Either we are his beloved. He wants us not to deal with here, not to participate in BRICS. India should not talk. India should only and only deal with America. I think he's forgotten that people holding key positions in the White House are Indians. America runs on Indians. Today America, if you take Indians out of America, I'm including the PIOs there, America will come to a standstill because the entire tech sector is run by Indians. It is going to fail, absolutely. So I'm sure President is aware, and President Trump will, I think these Indians must go and convey. I would like to voice a concern here. Why can't these Indians get together and go and say, if they are patriots, if they really think of India, they should go and tell him that, what are you trying to force on India? Why should you force on India? We've been in your country for a very long time. We run your country. We are amongst the wealthiest people here. We contribute most in terms of taxes. And you can't do this to our country. I think the voices, you will start hearing them soon. In fact, I am anticipating, Vineet, a kind of a protest on the streets of America. We saw one protest happening in Los Angeles yesterday. I'm sure this is going to spread because now
The directions are coming down to Fed, direction coming down to Bureau of Labor Statistics. He wants to change the bureaucracy in America. I'm sure this is going to create unease and disturb the peace of the bureaucratic America in the times to come, Vineet.
All right. Fair enough. We've run out of time, but Gautam, concluding thoughts from you, and then we move on.
Yes, well, it's down to America. We have made our red lines clear, and we will proceed with or without their cooperation. We are not trying to thumb our noses at them, but we will not let them ride roughshod over us. I think this is very clear.
All right, fair enough. Gentlemen, appreciate you joining us and sharing your thoughts. We've run out of time, but we have some breaking news to talk about. TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee has quit as party's chief whip. Abhishek Banerjee has to replace him now, and this comes amidst an open feud between Kalyan Banerjee and TMC MP Mahua Moitra. Kalyan says, I have taken note of the recent personal remarks made by Ms. Mahua Moitra in a public podcast. A choice of words, including the use of dehumanism language, which as comparing a fellow MP to a pig is not only unfortunate but reflects a deep disregard for basic norms of civil discourse. Rainik, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Rainik, ये क्या माजरा है? अभिषेक बैनर्जी अब चीफ विप होंगे पार्टी के?
हाँ, एकदम देखिए, एकदम तृणमूल कांग्रेस के अंदर में जो तसल देखने को मिल रहा है कल्याण बनर्जी और उसके साथ महुआ मोइत्रा के बीच में, ये एकदम स्पष्ट हो जा रहा है कि भी 2026 के करीब आ रहा है, पश्चिम बंगाल इलेक्शन के करीब आ रहा है ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, उसी टाइम पर टीएमसी के अंदर में जो क्लैश वो देखने को मिल रहा है, जो क्लैश वो सामने आ रहा है। और इसी को देखते हुए कल्याण बनर्जी की तरफ से आज इस्तीफा दिया गया है और लोकसभा में अभी तृणमूल के मेन व्हिप होंगे, चीफ व्हिप होंगे अभिषेक बैनर्जी, ऐसा ही ऐलान किया गया है। दूसरा तरफ अगर देखा जाए तो सामने 2026 का इलेक्शन आने वाला है। ठीक इलेक्शन के पहले पार्टी के अंदर में इस तरीके का जो टसल देखने को मिल रहा है दो एमपी के बीच में, तो उसमें पार्टी का मन जो आत्मनिर्भरशील जो पार्टी का अंदर का बात है वो भी सामने आ रहा है। और उसके साथ साथ ही पार्टी के अंदर में जो जोश रहता है वो जोश के ऊपर भी इफेक्ट आ सकता है, ऐसा भी बहुत सारे लोगों को मानना है। मगर दूसरी तरफ अगर देखा जाए तो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के अंदर में ये जो इंटरनल क्लैश चल रहा है, इसी को अभी हथियार बनाने का जो कोशिश वो बीजेपी कर सकता है।
चलिए, रहने की जानकारी के लिए आपका शुक्रिया। ऑन दैट नोट वी डिप इनटू अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक, विल बी राइट बैक।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
All right, big development in Dharamshala probe. As per reports, the SIT has found multiple skeletal remains at a reported surprise site. The digging is still underway and the SIT officials are conducting the exhumation excavation activity at the site, which are numbered 11 and 12. It's Dharamshala we are talking about. My colleague Belly Thomas is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about this. Belly, the digging continues, the surprises continue, and the bodies also continue to pile up out of the ground.
Absolutely, Vineet. So today was the excavation activity that was being conducted at the 11th and the 12th burial sites that was identified by the former sanitation worker, the only whistleblower in this case, and the SIT in these designated spots, what the whistleblower had pointed out, they were unable to obtain any kind of human skeletal remains except for one spot, that was the burial site number 6. But today there was a surprise, digging done by the SIT officials who chose their own spot. It was called a surprise spot where they had an idea that there would be some human skeletons, and the sources say that the SIT has received some kind of positive results from that particular spot beneath.
All right, Belly. Well, an intense war of words is currently underway regarding the special intensive revision of Bihar's voter rolls, an exercise which the opposition is claiming will remove significant chunks of their vote bank and is completely unparliamentary. However, a lot of the government's anger is focused on former Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav, who claimed in a press conference that his name had been removed from the voter rolls following the revision as well. Now, while this claim was swiftly debunked by both the Election Commission and the BJP, the revision of voter rolls has fully taken center stage in this discourse. And where it will go from here also remains to be seen. A host of leaders from both sides of the aisle in Parliament have had their say on the issue and continue to speak about it both inside and out of Parliament. We will also, in fact, discuss this with our guest, Mr. Manish Bariyar, spokesperson for the BJP in Bihar, is joining us. Dr. Suraj Mandal, spokesperson for the Congress Party, here with us as well. Advocate Gyanendra Mishra, political analyst, with us. And last but by no means the least, Mr. Sumit Peer, senior political commentator, is also joining us on the show. Thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this conversation. Mr. Bariyar, I'll begin with you. How do you look at this situation? Obviously, what Tejasvi Yadav said and what later was recalled and corrected are two different things. You know, the number that he quoted during that press conference was not the election number that he had voted with in the past. Where do you see this politicization of this matter going, since we are a few weeks, months away from the elections itself?
Good evening to you, and good evening to all the viewers and my co-panelists. He's not doing anything new. This entire RJD as well as Congress, they have been doing this for ages now, spreading lies about constitution, spreading lies about so many other aspects. So it was not a surprise that he did that. We don't expect anything better from Tejasvi Yadav. So he, one of the reasons why RJD and Congress is nervous is because of the fact that there are a number of their voters who are at two places. Tejasvi has just proved that he has, he's on the voter list at two places, and that booth capturing and malpractices, these have been favorite, pastimes of RJD workers. And who better than to showcase this than the leader of the opposition of Bihar Assembly? So it's not surprise for anyone. People in Bihar are not surprised. it vindicates, in fact, the stands which the NDA has been taking for so many, years, that these people are not fit to really run the government, because they all create chaos. And Rahul Gandhi also makes such irresponsible statements, right from Supreme Court itself wrapped him up, isn't it, for what the kind of statement he made in fact, on China and the 2,000 square kilometer of this thing. So we know what kind of statements are coming up. They all want to create chaos, but I don't think people of Bihar are going to buy this. They all understand that the India government is strong and is on the right path, and all these confusions will not be there when you will see the actual voting happening.
Okay. Dr. Suraj Mandal, spokesperson for the Congress party, also with us on the program. Dr. Mandal, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Mandal, your response to what Mr. Barrier said, and the fact that these matters at this point in time, considering the sensitive nature and the proximity towards election, really need to be contained and controlled.
Exactly what the BJP spokesman just said. He has said that he's almost speaking like the spokesman of Election Commission. It is surprising that after all these things are happening in Bihar, Election Commission has not even single press conference done to face the people and tell them what is the real situation. Now, let us come to what Tejasvi Yadav said. Tejasvi Yadav had given two epic numbers, and one of the advocates in Bihar has filed an FIR. The FIR, if it at all, should have come from the Election Commission. Any Election Commission has issued a notice. Now let us be clear, what was this whole exercise about? There was already a summer revision done in January 2025. The voter lists were out before the people and before the political parties to scrutinize them and lodge any protests if there was any error or anything. But again, on 25th of June, right, just before the elections, suddenly the Election Commission realized that there is they added one word, intensive. Intensive, what does it mean? It means to see what all is wrong. Now, they have come with 2-3 things. Number one, they have declared 65 lakhs of voters invalid, out of which 22 lakhs they have declared dead, 35,000 nearly are not found on the their addresses, so they have been deleted from this voter list which has been circulated. Now there are two things in this. When you are saying that this epic number, the second epic number, Election Commission says, was not officially allotted. So who allotted? What was the intensive exercise about? What happened in Bengal? In Bengal, when the same situation, same mistake was shown to the Election Commission, Mr. Gyanesh Kumar, who is the Election Commissioner, said, this is an error. This is a mistake. Now, that can be a mistake for Election Commission with the same epic number, same name of the person, one voter in Haryana and one in Bengal. But this cannot be a mistake by the leader of opposition. Anyway, if there is a law on this, it should take its own course. But what we are saying is the whole exercise was meant to remove the voters who are Dalits, who are backward and who are poor. Why I am saying so? Because you know what records the Election Commission was asking for. It was asking passport and all these things which are held by affluent people. When this Supreme Court had advised them to use this Aadhaar card and the earlier voter card, they said no. The whole exercise was to reject the earlier electoral rolls, out of which there are people who have voted 7 times. Now they have to fill up the form again. And what all happened? What all are coming up? A person, Neha Kumari, husband's name, husband. The father's name or mother's name, Election Commission of India. Look, the Election Commission is not saying this. The opposition is not, the ruling party, which is almost a partner to Election Commission, is not saying all these things. So there is a serious lapse in what Election Commission is doing. What we fear, that there is a conspiracy to snatch the right to vote from millions of people who are very poor who cannot represent themselves. And let me tell you what is the situation. More than the voters out of 65 lakhs who have been deleted, there are more women than the men. Now, this means either women have left Bihar or more of them have are not, they have been declared dead or something like that. How does this happen? Or suddenly the whole social system in Bihar has changed. The gentlemen are inside the homes and the ladies are working or moving to different states to
Okay.
earn money for the family. So you can see what is the whole exercise. We are the whole opposition, and surprisingly, I think there is a word that even the chief minister's name is perhaps missing. How this is happening in intensive exercise being done by the Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India doesn't come to reply to these things. They just
Okay.
issue a statement.
Let's rope in Sumit Peer into this discussion as well. Sumit, just 1 second. I'll come to you, sir. Sumit, how are you poised, looking at these back and forths with the authenticity and the validation that the Election Commission needs to give itself? And let us not forget that Rahul Gandhi has also made some very, very staunch and very powerful allegations against the Election Commission. He's also cited proof against them of corruption and partiality.
Vinny, thank you for having me on your show. Look, when you talk of Rahul Gandhi, I think he already knows he doesn't have a chance in Bihar. Let's face it. He knows he's a peripheral player. He's a peripheral player. Kuch hai nahi. So now the greatness about Rahul Gandhi is that when he sets out that he's not going to make it, so he will blame Supreme Court, EC, voter, EVM, anything. And then at the end of the day, Congress will say, look, it's not the Rahul Gandhi at fault. It's everybody else who messed up except Mr. Rahul Gandhi. He did it the best of the best shot. That is how Congress traditionally works. So Rahul Gandhi doesn't surprise me. But when it comes to Tejasvi Yadav, it's a very surprising thing. As he has been a deputy chief minister, how does he have these two numbers? Who gave him the first number? Why didn't he report the first number? Why didn't he talk about the first? He should have surrendered the first number. The question which should be asked right now is this: how RJD has been winning elections? If a ex-chief minister's son and a former deputy chief minister could manage to, those numbers, what about those karyakartas who can have 4 or 5? I mean, now when this SIR is happening, 65 lakh people are getting out. Are these the real people or all these farji numbers which are being tented out? Because at the end of the day, there are a lot of seats which were decided in a margin of 3,000 to 3,200. There are a lot of seats which were decided in the margin of around 5,000 votes. So when that is the narrow margin, and when a deputy chief minister can have two numbers allocated to himself, which is some jugaad, of course, which has done. So the onus on which should be asked right now, why didn't he go to the election commission voluntarily? Why didn't he surrender this? And why FIR is not still registered against him? If it's a person like you and me, do you think there will be no FIR registered against us? Will be, hum to bhaiya jail mein honge. So what makes Tejasvi Yadav so important, and why is he trying to claim something which is basically a violation of the code of conduct and a violation of it's a criminal offense in my opinion. So how is he trying to justify his criminality as a valor? It's a very oxymoronic situation. My criminality becomes my valor and your problem. No, election commission, you come and do it. In fact, the question which should be asked is that, what is the number? Should the number have been this 65 lakh or should it have been much higher? Because there seems to be a pattern where these people have managed a substantial number of these fudgy numbers and possibly got 2 voter IDs. We don't know they have got, and obviously they were using them to vote. And Bihar has been had a notorious reputation of Jungle Raj. We have seen those booth capturing. We have seen those Bahubalis of Bihar. We have seen all kinds of things going wrong in Bihar. Now under Modi ji and NDA, things have come to a great extent, to a great, on the path. Bihar is progressing. So why, if Tejasvi Yadav cannot win the election, which will be second defeat in a row, and for Mr. Gandhi it will be third or fourth. So why can't they reconcile to the fact that the people are not liking their brand of politics? You are the people who came with the Dalit Muslim, Muslim Yadav combo. When these all combos are not working, when the vote is getting consolidated, when people are looking for development, what are you doing, sir? You are trying to kind of find, hairs, and you are trying to find a needle in a haystack. Okay, these are 2 cards. How did I get a 2 card? For example, let's say if my card becomes wrong, I have my sister-in-law, when she voted this time, there was some anomaly in the husband's name. So does it mean that every card which in my household, or every card which I know went wrong? No. Out of all the cards, there was 1 card which went wrong. So if my sister-in-law's card could have a mismatch in the husband's name, what makes Tejasvi Yadav so special? His name cannot have the mismatch. Bhai, Tejasvi Yadav naam ka ek vyakti to hai nahi duniya mein. It's a very common name. If my sister-in-law could have a husband's name mismatch, why couldn't Tejasvi Yadav have some kind of a mismatch? How does one VIP's mistake in the name become a national flaw? How can you crucify the whole election commission on the basis of that? This is the questions which must be asked. And if you have sizable proof, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, which you say I have, I'll get these people arrested. You should give a press conference and show that proofs to the nation. Go to the Honorable Supreme Court, show them the proofs and try to still find a legal recourse. You know, just think hum aapko dekh lenge, hum aapko arrest karwa lenge. That is not what the leader of opposition should be doing, in my opinion. That's a stature which the constitution gives him. But if you have something credible, bring that on, show it to the people, show it to the courts, and try to get a stay. The fact remains, you went to the court did not give a stay. You wanted to stop the SIR, court did not stop the SIR. And there was very clear thing, Vineet. Honorable Supreme Court and Constitution Commission of Election Commission of India are constitutional bodies. This can advise this but not direct this. That is a very clear mandate and a demarcation there. I fail to understand when Congress was so many competent lawyers, the best in the world, and even RJD has access to Congress, they are good friends. Why can't they understand this line? You know, Supreme Court can advise, cannot recommend, cannot direct, because it is the onus of the Election Commission of India to conduct a free and fair election in India. For that, whatever they think is right, they will do it. If you think there's something wrong, system is wrong, you have the proof, bring it on. Otherwise, don't become like Kejriwal, wo, है ना, वो 300 फाइल का पेज मेरे पास है.
Okay, all right. Fair enough, Sumit. Fair enough, Sumit. Let me also bring in Advocate Gyanendra Mishra into this conversation. Advocate Mishra, do you think this is also a classic case of sour grapes, angur khatte hain?
So, Vineet, I would look at it as a very important matter, a very serious matter, because this exercise which being taken by the Election Commission of India just before 2 months of when the election is going to be held raised serious concerns about the impartiality at the one level and efficacy at the another level of this entire exercise. Obviously, the Election Commission of India is constitutionally mandated and empowered for the revision of the electoral roll. But when you look at the scheme of the things, this revision is primarily aimed at inclusion of the new voter and not a mass exclusion from the existing voter list, which seems to be being done in this SIR exercise which is being conducted by the Election Commission. And it is for everyone to see, and there have been obvious record on record situation where it is proved that this whole exercise is not being done in a very proficient and professional manner, because a massive exercise is being undertaken in a very short span of time, and therefore you see the lot of hodgepodge is happening here and there. And Election Commission needs to come out very clearly on this, that whatever is being done and this revision and electoral roll, what is the purpose? If the purpose is to exclusion of such a large number of voters, almost 8%, 9% of voters from the existing voter list, and these people are there for such a long time on the voter list. So it's not as if that there is an inclusion, immediate inclusion, and therefore you are revising the list. They are the people who are there for last 20 years. And now, just when the election is happening in the name of intensive exercise, you are now proposing an exclusion of almost 80-90 lakhs people from the existing voter list. It is a very serious matter, because the right of voting for every citizen is a sacrosanct right which cannot be compromised on the altar of your political one-upmanship. That is the key question which we need to address here. Now, as far as my dear friend Sumit was talking about and trying to berate, which is in their habit, to the various points of concerns or matter of concerns being raised by the all opposition parties, then they are trying to brush it, because whenever you ask the questions, the right question, there is a tendency to make light of it and try to brush it under the carpet as of, oh, it is all nonsense questions, there is no credibility to these questions. When the people of Bihar are asking these questions, because this 80-90 lakh people are the people of Bihar, they are the citizen of Bihar, and they have a right to understand it. And and there is that is for everyone to see that there are so much of a botched up filling of the forms, the kind of documents which was, that is the basic thing which basically address the intent of election commission. Sorry to say, because election commission is a constitutional body and we all need to respect, have an faith in such a body, is when you are asking the documents which is necessarily does not possess by the poor and marginalized section of society. You are asking for passport, you are asking for the documents which the poor and marginalized people don't have access. And when the Supreme Court says you that why can't you admit Aadhaar card, the ration card, which is the document which is available with everybody, normal, citizen, normal people, marginalized people. There was a strong objection by the election commission to accept these basic documents which proved your identity as a voter, not to take into account and insist on the documents which they prefer to be the documents which establish your citizenship or your eligibility to be in the voter list. So these are the very serious question.
Okay.
The credibility
All right. Okay.
and partiality of the
Let Mr. Manish Barrier respond to what you have said.
Everything.
All right. These are direct allegations, Mr. Barrier. How do you respond to them? Go on, sir.
Surprised Mr. Gyanesh Mishra doesn't know the exact figure, because the argument is that even one voter is left out, then it is a crime, and we do believe in that. So instead of talking about 85, 90 lakhs, it's actually 65 lakhs. Out of those 65 lakhs,
even 65 lakhs, even 65 lakhs. I admit, I admit I may be
so you should be more responsible, isn't it? You should be more responsible.
Sir,
when you are coming on the national media, you can't be
Mr. Barrier, all right,
by 25 lakhs margin, you can't be incorrect. But it's okay.
I may be wrong on number.
Mr. Barrier, go on, make your point, make your point. All right, Advocate Mishra. All right, Advocate Mishra, let him finish his point. Let him finish his point.
It is important that the viewers should know that it is not 90 lakhs, it is 65 lakhs. That is one. The second part is 22 lakh voters were deceased. Right, there are no more. Why they should be in the list, I don't understand. So, is it that he is very unhappy about the fact that RJD and Congress has been using those as bogus voters? It could be. Mr. Peer was talking about it. 2,000, 3,000 margin makes a difference. So there are 243 seats, and you just spread that 243 seats, 1,000 voters, and you see what is the result. You never know, and it's been happening for so many times. Is that the reason why Congress and RJD is so really, and their supporters are very sad about it? Isn't it? Then you have 7 lakh people who are registered at multiple locations, like people like Mr. Leader of Opposition Tejasvi Yadav. I'm sure they would be voting at 2 places. That's why it happens, and their supporters. So they are voting in this particular constituency. They are voting in. Is it hidden from anyone that in Bihar people do it? Right? They vote in Bombay, they vote in Delhi, and that's why they are migrants. Why they should be allowed to vote at 2 places and 3 places? Is it not a malpractice which is hidden from Mr. Mishra? Please ask him. Right. So, where is the question of this? Then you have 36 lakh migrant voters. Now tell me, in last 2-3 days, how many people have filed a case, or any of the political parties have filed a case that, look, my name was not there in this list. Why are you creating a bogey something like this when it doesn't exist? These are all figments of imagination. Election Commission is very clear about it.
Okay,
right?
let's get a response from Dr. Mandal as well. Let's get a response from Dr. Mandal as well. He's been waiting to speak. We have a paucity of time. All right, Mr. Barrier, we heard you out. All right, Dr. Mandal, go on. Dr. Mandal.
Our friend from BJP is saying, why doesn't people find case? You know how the bureaucratic way in which the Election Commission has put up names. You can check just your name. It is not under any given heading that these are the deceased people. These are the people who have left. So every time, until and unless you know your EPIC number, you cannot go and check. Number 2, there are 2 very important questions in this. Who were the beneficiaries of this? Is putting on the onus to the leader of opposition. But who is in power for last 15-20 years? Double engine government. They are BJP and JDU. Then they are the beneficiary. They have won in a very slender margin of 1,000. So he is just turning down the whole allegation from the ruling party to the opposition that they are benefiting. We are saying that this whole exercise is bogus because it is not just proven in Bihar. You go to Madhya Pradesh, you have one household where there are 100 people registered. There are this type of a whole list is there. And in Bihar, what is there in one house? You have Mr. Mishram, you have Mr. Yadav, you have some Chaudhary, and you have some Mr. Maulana. They are living in the same house. Now, what is this? You are not going into all these. Just not to go into all these. Not that an FIR should also be lodged against the Election Commission of India under the same logic on which our friend has said for the leader of the opposition. You are just trying to evade all these questions. And people of Bihar, they have come on streets even on 9th of July. It is not just a mere statement by the people. People have realized they are being disenfranchised because they had got this right under the Constitution.
All right, fair enough, sir. I also want to get Sumit Peer. He wants to make a point as well. Sumit, go on.
Vineet, I have a very simple submission and a very humble submission. Look, Mr. Tejasvi Yadav is a very responsible politician, and if he has been doing this, this definitely calls for a FIR against him. But Rahul Gandhi does not have anything to do with it prima facie at this point of time. Now, second question is, if the voter margins, let's say if I make the devil's advocate, 40 lakh voters are taken out, right? 40 lakh voters are taken out. Now, the margin of every seat is 3 to 5,000. How does Congress and RJD, how are they worried if it cuts both ways? Bhai, agar 3,000
people's rights.
Sir, agar 3,000 se faisalna, it can go here or it can go there. So unless and until there are those fake voters which you are implanted in the system and they have been taken out by the election commission, that is why you are worried. Because if it is a margin, how do you know the voters, as per your logic, which are cut out, are only working against you or only working for BJP? Where is the proof for that? So if you say 40 lakh voters are taken out, so you tell me, I will give you an analogy, sir. There are 2.5 lakh Rohingyas and Bangladeshis in this country for last 40 years. So can anybody say how many of them are not in Bihar right now? How do we know out of them they were the Rohingyas and Bangladeshis were chanted out? Because we don't know where these 2.5 crore people are. They are somewhere in the country. So should we allow Rohingyas and Bangladeshis to vote and disrupt the electoral outcome of Bihar? Should we allow a Bangladeshi to vote? Because that is why the Honorable Election Commission has a discretion to decide what paper to take, what not to take. If I give you a simple example, Vineet, if you want a 10 lakh rupees loan, they will ask you for 3 government IDs. If you want a 10 crore rupees loan, you will be asked for 15 documents because the quantum of the risk increases. So when you are voting, when you are having a democratic setup, the onus is on the SC, on the EC to make sure whatever is a voter is a voter. If Tejasvi Yadav could slip through all this, imagine. Bhai, ye naami vyakti hai. He's not somebody who's a unknown entity. If he could slip through all this, imagine if there's a no entity like anybody, he can have maybe 5 numbers. How do we know? So that is why SIR is what is irritating Congress and the opposition parties. Logically, there is no reason for them to get irritated unless and until they know all these voters are which have been possibly planted by them which are going to help them to win. That can be the only reason because numbers cut both way. That is my simple submission on it, Vineet.
All right, okay. We've run out of time. Appreciate everybody who joined us on this important discussion. We take a short break now. We'll be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour, at night.
जब 3 साल के अक्षर को अचानक हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने तुरंत वहां पहुंचकर उनका लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
मम्मी, भूख लगी। ये 1 मिनट में नहीं 4 मिनट में आएगा। थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा पर सेहत को पाएगा। NDH सूजी वर्मिसेली पर सबका दिल आएगा।
NDH सूजी वर्मिसेली, सेहत भी स्वाद भी।
Welcome back. Well, Philippine President Ferdinand Ramulus Marcos Jr. has touched down in New Delhi for a first state visit as the head of the Philippines. The president is expected to stay in the capital for 5 days and is also expected to deepen defense ties between the two nations, with Philippines being a long-time customer of India's defense manufacturing industry. His 5-day visit is not only amongst his longest state visits abroad, but also a clear reflection of the expanding bilateral partnership between Manila and New Delhi. Along with his meeting with Prime Minister Modi, Marcos Jr. and his delegation are expected to engage in comprehensive talks with key members of the Indian foreign policy and defense establishments to deepen existing areas of cooperation and explore more ways to maximize the utility of the emerging bilateral partnership. This defense partnership is also key in the fact that the Philippines is probably the only country that relies on India to equip itself against the China threat. And India hopes that Philippines purchases will make India's equipment more popular in Southeast Asia as well. We'll talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the show is Mr. Jim Rice, Professor of International Law from Philippines. Major General A.K. Sivaj, former Chief of Territorial Army, with us on the show as well. Senior defense expert, is Captain Shyam Kumar is also with us on the show. And last but not the least, Mr. Shrikant Kondapalli is also joining us at this time. He's a professor of Chinese in GNU. Thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this conversation. Mr. Kondapalli, appreciate you being here, and it's good to see you after such a long time, sir. Well, first up, whenever we talk about India and countries that are part of the ASEAN or Southeast Asia, the word China is instrumental, considering the fact that most of these countries find themselves some way being bullied by China or being stymied by China for one reason or the other. India has come to the fore as a savior for Philippines, and it's a good thing that we are selling so much defense equipment to the Philippines. And after Operation Sindoor, these deals and this bilateral tie will obviously have more value.
Indeed. Thank you very much for having me on the show. Indeed, I think the Filipino president's visit comes at a time when we are rethinking our relations in this area. As the naval exercise with the 3 ships from Indian Navy, as well as 2 ships from the Filipino Navy have been conducting from yesterday in the South China Sea, I think this is very significant event. As you mentioned, there is the BrahMos cruise missile sales to Filipinos some time ago, and there is also talk about the other systems like Akash and various other military equipment to be considered for discussions with the president of Philippines. There is also the digital technologies. President's visit to Bangalore is in this context of the digital technologies also to be discussed with the Indian side. And there is also the issue related to training. We have extended such training to the Southeast Asian countries, specifically Vietnam and Indonesia. And in the context of the Act East policy, India has also taken a measure to enhance its relations from the Look East to the Far East when it was changed in 2015. We have also the engagement with the ASEAN countries extensively in diplomatic, economic, and also in the maritime domain. For example, there is the Sabang port that is being discussed for construction in Indonesia, and there is also with Philippines a number of other agreements to be looked at. So quite a lot of issues there during the president's visit now.
Sivaj, the BrahMos missile is something that is also captivating the attention of a number of countries, and especially after Operation Sindoor and the successful and the clinical precision with which BrahMos was displayed to the world during Operation Sindoor is also a catalyst in Philippines being so interested in dealing and buying from India. A 5-day trip is unheard of. When it comes to state level conversations. But the fact of the matter is that Philippines is a country, sir, which has always been pushed around and elbowed by China. They look to India, regardless of what the Americans are saying at this point in time. They look to India for these defense purchases. And it's good for the economy, it's good for India's Atmanirbharta, and it's also good for making India at a number of levels. General Sivaj.
Very correct. We need to, very well said. No denying the fact, as far as all these, one can say Southeastern country which are there, they are having a dispute with China, and especially in South China Sea, because China is trying to bully all these countries. It has already made an artificial island, and thereafter it has made a 9-dash line. It is almost claiming the complete South China Sea. So all these countries, whether it is Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, Brunei, they are having a dispute with China, and they want to now maintain a very good relation with us, and especially the defense tie. Now, as far as Philippines is concerned, they have a very maritime dispute with China, and the dispute has been quite aggressive, and they need weapons to defend themselves against China. They have taken 3 batteries of BrahMos. They have this pact was signed in 2022 of 3 batteries of worth $375 million. Now, all 3 batteries will be given in over a period of time. Now, they are showing interest in another 2 batteries of BrahMos, because they found BrahMos, especially after Operation Sindoor, that these missile is very accurate, they are reliable, they are affordable, and they are delivered in time. So they are now showing interest for another 2 batteries. And not only the Philippines is showing, now interest has been shown by Indonesia and Vietnam also. Indonesia, the pact is signed approximately about $450 million, and Vietnam about $600 million. So that's a very good thing. All these you can say Asian countries, which is Southeast Asian country, they are showing interest in buying Indian equipment, because they are finding it. One, India is now trying to make weapons not only for itself but to export. Second thing, it is very, very affordable compared to the Western country. And third, the might of these weapon system has been already seen in Operation Sindoor. It is not only BrahMos missile, it is also Akash Tir, which is another air defense system which is there. They are also showing some interest to Tejas Mark 1 Alpha, which is still on a pipeline. And also they are showing interest in basically 2 RT gun system. One is ATAGS, Advanced Towed RT gun system, and Dhanush, which is more a copy of Beaufort. So especially now, as far as India is concerned, you find a huge market in the Southeast Asian countries. And since they all are having a very strained relation with China, it become automatic they look toward India, and we will find a good market in this area. At the same time, we are also doing a lot of exercise with these countries as far as the Navy is concerned. And we, both of side tend to gain on this issue. Now, the point which is coming is that majority of them is also having a very huge economic relation with China. Now, this is a point where we have to now learn it, that it is not only the defense equipment, but our trade has to also increase. It can be pharmaceutical, it can be agriculture, it can be basically defense equipment. So we have to enlarge that inventory, because remember that especially when supply chain has shifted from China, they have gone more in Indonesia and Vietnam. They have not come to our side, but we need to coordinate and cooperate so that the supply chain is connected and we also get the benefit of that. So I suppose that is why you find it a trip for 5 days. President of the Philippines, Marcos Jr., coming for 5 days with a very big delegation of businessmen, also a lot of its ministers. They are showing a lot of interest in the trade, security, and defense and maritime collaboration and cooperation. I think this is a golden opportunity for India. And if we have the best of the relations with Philippines, you will find it. The market will also open from Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, and Brunei. I just want to tell you, we need one more issue is that this Act East policy is really working now. We have made Kaladan multi-modal project, which goes from basically from Calcutta to Sitwe and then coming toward Aizawl. Then we are having international tri-light highway, which is going from India, Myanmar, and then Thailand, and then Cambodia and Laos. So you find it that all these 10 countries of ASEAN, you are trying to maintain the best of the relation, and the biggest advantage of India is that majority of these countries are having threat from China. And since we also feel that we need to help them out, it is a win-win situation. I think this trip of Marcos Jr., the president of Philippines, is going to be a game changer. We need.
Valid points. Mr. Jim Rice, Professor of International Law, is also joining us at this point in time. Professor Rice, appreciate you taking out the time and speaking with NewsX. I hope you can hear me, sir.
I can. Thanks very much. That was a great lead-in.
All right. So let's also discuss the elephant in the room, or the dragon in the room, when you talk about the Indo-Philippine relationship as well. All of this purchasing from India has a direct consequence of the kind of bullying that Philippines has also endured in the South China Sea. You know, it's come to the point, or rather it's been at a point where their sovereignty has been challenged, their maritime rights have been challenged by China. How do you see this proximity of the Philippines with India in countering what China has done for so long and it has not been made accountable for?
Well, yeah, thanks for that lead, and I fully agree with both of your guests. I think that they've set the scene in a very good way, and I'm not an expert on military hardware, but to try and give your viewers some context about this issue. China has been bullying the Philippines for a long time now, and a previous president had taken China to the Permanent Court of Arbitration to challenge the PRC's claim, the 9-dash line, which the Major General had referred to. And the court completely rejected China's claims and upheld the Philippines' right to its own exclusive economic zones under the Law of the Sea Convention. And since that time, the PRC has refused to abide by the court's decision and has continued to bully the Philippines, as you mentioned. But it's really become worse than that, because it's really at this point a kind of a gray zone warfare, where they're trying to do a salami slicing of constantly wearing down the fisher folks in the Philippines territorial waters, as well as research vessels, and even going so far as to attack and injure Philippine Navy personnel, which they did last year, I believe. So this news of India and the Philippines showing solidarity for each other is really a good news story. And all I can say is, from this region, from the Philippines, I am very pleased that Marcos is in India, and I'm very pleased that the Indian Navy is showing support for the Philippines.
All right. Fair enough. Let me also rope in Captain Shyam Kumar into this conversation. Captain Kumar, how do you look at this, dynamic development of, chemistry between India and Philippines, and to put it bluntly, all thanks to China?
Thank you, Vineet. Jai Hind, Sanamo Baruna. As far as the naval perspective is concerned, and also diplomatic, as well as China's angle, all three I would like to cover one by one. Firstly, the President Marcos' earlier visit, which was his father's visit in 1976 while he was coming from UNCTAD, from there we have been a small gap between the visits for the president level or prime minister's level. However, there have been a lot of background to it, and we have been constantly trying to make good relations with Philippines by our Look East policy through on the dialogues of ASEAN or many other international levels where our prime ministers have been meeting the Marcos Jr. and the foreign minister. And last 1 year there have been 4 or 5 dialogues with our foreign minister and different levels at Philippines in March, in July, and there have been a lot of background. We know the Philippines have already purchased the batteries for BrahMos, and these are coastal batteries which can be deployed at sea because there are disputes of maritime in the I will not call it South China Sea because Philippines have already declared it as Western Philippine Sea because it says that the 9 days line is under dispute and the arbitral judgment which India has supported. So India has already taken stands with for the maritime disputes against China, and China has been watching it very, very accurately, exactly, and with the vigil that they keep in these territorial waters. Right now, Eastern Fleet of Indian Navy, under the command of the Eastern Fleet Commander, with INS Kolkata, INS Kiltan, a corvette, a destroyer, and a tanker ship, Shakti, are carrying out the maritime exercises in the territorial waters of Philippines, which the armed forces chief has said that they have not violated any other maritime disputes. They are under their own waters, and Chinese PLA Navy is shadowing them. As usual, they are keeping a distant watch on this exercise. There is another ship, INS Satpura, which is at Singapore, undertaking a role of CIMEX, that is Singapore and Indian Navy exercise. We have been constantly patrolling the South China Sea or West Philippine Sea. Also, please remember, our Indian naval chief has been at Japan from 30th July onwards for 4 days because our prime minister is going to go to Japan soon for many defense, security, and diplomatic dialogues and trade and commerce. We have to cut wings of China by our necklace of diamond policy. And Indian Navy is basically doing that. In our maritime diplomacy, what we are trying to do is we are encircling Mongolia. We have prime ministers have been to Mongolia, Cyprus. Next to Turkey, we have the Greece, Mediterranean presence of Indian Navy. South Asia, Indian Ocean is under our control, and we are expanding our tentacles towards these places to find ports, harbors, logistics support, and distant naval operations. That is what we are looking forward to. Apart from that, trade, commerce, and many other deals, technology transfer, training, and we are also looking at cooperation with other Southeast Asian countries. Please remember, China has objected to this. In fact, when Marcos Jr. went to United States, the Trump has also told him to just overlook these things and sort out things with China. The tariff war is going on, and India and 19% tariff on Philippines, 25% on India. The Indians are looking at all this, and therefore, in the visits, the Prime Minister of India and Marcos Jr. are going to quickly sort it out, many of the things before the tariff weightages start coming in. So actually, it's a triangular situation. We have China at one side, the Philippines and India ties, and we are making inroads by carrying out regular patrols in disputed waters where China does not like our activities. They have warned us. The Foreign Ministry has already issued some statements about it. And they are saying that any provocation in this area will be wrong. This must be sorted out between China and Philippines, and third-party intervention is not allowed. And it would be considered as provocation. However, there have been no unpeaceful incident during the exercises. The deck-to-deck transfer of helicopters, we have done the communication exercises, we have done replacements at sea, communication drills, we have done search and rescue drills together, and we are trying to find cooperation between the two Navy for the joint patrolling of this Western Philippine Sea from time to time. And this is the first exercise. So it's going to be a long-standing situation now, and China will have to react sooner or later, and Indian Navy has to constrain accordingly and remain vigilant in the areas where it needs.
Sir, let me in fact engage Dr. Kondapalli into this thought that you have brought forth. Mr. Kondapalli, is China going to react? That is going to be an interesting thing to mull over or discuss at this point in time.
Well, the South China Sea is about 3.4 million square kilometers, and China claims 80% of that. The problem for India is that China has a territorial sea concept, which means that it wants to grab the whole area, while we have something like 44% of our trade passing through the South China Sea. There is no way India should allow this kind of territorial sea concept. As has been mentioned, there is the UNCLOS provisions, as well as the July 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling in this regard. And hence, I think we have to really be concerned about the situation there and enhance our presence as well as naval interactions with all the ASEAN countries, actually, and more specifically with the Filipinos. I think the Chinese claim or Chinese reaction would be kind of exaggerated because they're not allowing anybody to come in. And this is not a bilateral issue. This is a multilateral. There are about $5.5 trillion worth of goods passing through the South China Sea. And hence, this is not simply somebody's backyard or somebody's concern. China and Pakistan conduct naval exercises. They care two hoots for Indian reaction. So I think India also need to take this forward and have institutional connection. We have had strategic dialogue last year. We have had maritime dialogue. We have had bilateral cooperation, joint commission regarding this. I think we need to enhance those strategic dialogues and maritime dialogues with the Philippines more intensely than compared to what we have done before.
General Sivach, do you expect that China is going to respond to such a provocation if they consider this to be a provocation on behalf of India, selling equipment to the Philippines? And let's not forget that when it comes to Southeast Asia, the Philippines or the Filipino people are the ones who have complained about China to international communities the most. Even their fishermen have been tormented by China, and the security threat is prevalent day and night, sir.
We need no doubt about it. See, as far as all these 10 countries which are there in South China or Indo-Pacific, they all are having a maritime dispute with China. And China is not ready to agree to any international court ruling. It is claiming almost 80 to 90% of South China Sea. The reason is twofold. One is that it is very rich in gas and oil. And the second thing which is important is 50% of the world trade passes through that. And therefore, this area becomes a very, very important for China and the other countries. And not only in South China Sea, also in East China Sea, it is having problem with Japan in Senkaku Islands. Now, the point which is coming is that the Philippines and also Vietnam, Brunei, Laos, Malaysia, all these countries, they are fragmented. They are not together. And that's what the China is making use of it. The most aggressive the China has been against Philippines. In fact, majority of the time you find it, they have become very, very aggressive against Philippine Navy. But now the exercise which we are doing with Philippines, there have been no adverse, you can see, remark or any action which is taken by Chinese, but you can't take them for granted, because a case in point is when we want to jointly explore oil with Vietnam, there was a very aggressive posture shown by China. The another issue which is coming here is the Quad. You see, the Quad is the four countries which are there: India, Australia, Japan, and US. Now, which has a three principle: free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. In these countries do fall in that freedom of navigation, rule-based international order, maintaining territorial integrity and sovereignty of all nations, including minor island nations. So majority of these are smaller countries. So Quad is there to help them out, but what is now propagating is, why can't the Quad be increased and also dovetail all these countries which have been badly hit by the Chinese? Because China is not ready to accept any international court verdict. It does it what it does it. The way it has drawn this 9-dash line by making an artificial island, it claims almost complete South China Sea, and no one is ready to challenge. And I don't think the US alone can challenge it. It has to be collective collaboration. I think the Quad needs to now increase in its size, and also it needs to have a teeth. It can't be that you can challenge the hegemony of China in South China Sea or East China Sea by just economic might. You have to have some teeth to show to China that you have to follow rule-based international order. Enough is enough. I think that's very important. And India will play a major role.
So we've run out of time. Appreciate everybody who joined us and weighed in on this recent development. We take a short break. We'll be back.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
दम आलू कैसे बना? और दाल तड़का भी और मशरूम मसाला भी।
बिना MDH मसालों के टेस्टी खाना कैसे बनेगा? MDH दम आलू, दाल तड़का और मशरूम मसाला। MDH से खाना हर बार मजेदार।
मस्त है। सरस छे। उड़ी बाबा।
MDH सदा आपको नए स्वाद देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है।
MDH।
दीप्ति अरोरा जी सिर्फ 38 साल की उम्र में एक बीमारी से चली गई। उनके टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसे उनके बच्चे की पढ़ाई में काम आ सकते हैं। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
जब जब भूख सताए MDH याद आए, सेहत और न्यूट्रिशन मिले, बॉडी क्या स्ट्रॉन्ग बने, थोड़ा खा के पेट भरे, डाइजेशन को ना दे धोखा। MDH सोयाटीन का चौका।
MDH सोयाटीन बढ़िया नगेट्स, सोया चूरा और सोया चाप।
MDH सोयाटीन असली प्रोटीन।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
the first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation. Welcome back, you're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Every year, India suffers massive damage to its public infrastructure with the onset of the monsoon season. This year, Himachal Pradesh seems to have drawn the short straw. Since the onset of monsoon, the hill state has suffered damages worth over rupees 1700 crores and over 170 people have died in rain-related events in the state, while 36 people have reportedly are still missing as search and rescue operations continue across various disaster sites. Record-breaking rainfall is being reported from several parts of Himachal Pradesh, with 4 districts receiving over 60 millimeters of rain. The Kasauli district, in fact, leads in this category. We have Mr. Jairam Ramesh, former Chief Minister of the state, joining us for an exclusive conversation on this. सर, हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए जयराम ठाकुर जी आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं सर?
जी जी हाँ, सुन पा रहे हैं
सर. सबसे पहले समय निकालने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और सर, हिमाचल प्रदेश की ये स्थिति देखकर पूरे देश में चिंता है और ये चिंता का विषय हर साल प्रकट होता है. सबको मालूम है कि मॉनसून आती है, बारिश होता है, लैंडस्लाइड्स होती हैं, व्यवसाय को दिक्कत होती है, ट्रेड को दिक्कत होती है, पर फिर भी पिछले के प्रशासन और आजकल का राज्य का जो प्रशासन है वो इस मामले में कुछ नहीं कर पाए. इस विफलता को आप कैसे देखते हैं? आप इस राज्य को अच्छी तरह से भली भांति समझते हैं?
देखिए, कुल मिलाकर के एक बात तो मैं मानता हूं कि ये सारा प्राकृतिक प्रकोप जो हो रहा है हिमाचल प्रदेश में, बारिश के कारण नुकसान जो हो रहा है, ये अगर आदमी के हाथ में नहीं है, हम कहते हैं कि ये नेचुरल एक इस तरह का डिजास्टर है जिसके बारे में सरकार का कोई बहुत बड़ा नियंत्रण नहीं है. लेकिन जो दूसरा पार्ट जो इम्पोर्टेंट है जिसका आप जिक्र कर रहे हैं कि हमारी तैयारी, ये तो हमारे हाथ में है. हमारी तैयारी किस प्रकार से रहनी चाहिए ऐसे संकट से निपटने के लिए, क्योंकि ये घटना ऐसी नहीं है कि कई सालों के बाद एक आधी बार आ रही है, ये हर साल आ रही है. पिछले 3 वर्षों से हिमाचल प्रदेश में नेचुरल डिजास्टर लगातार आ रहा, बरसात में तबाही हो रही है. और अब की बार भी हम देख रहे हैं कि अभी मॉनसून का ये दौर बाकी है, काफी ज्यादा, आधे से ज्यादा बाकी है, लेकिन लगभग 184-85 के लगभग हिमाचल प्रदेश में डेथ हो गई है इस बारिश और इस बरसात के मौसम में. और जहां तैयारी की दृष्टि से हम कह रहे हैं कि सरकार इसको रूटीन में ले रही है, जैसे कि हर बार नुकसान होता है, अब की बार भी नुकसान होगा, ऐसे मुझे लगता है कि ये उचित नहीं है. ये सोचने का दृष्टिकोण और ये काम करने का दृष्टिकोण, हमारी प्रिपरेशन बहुत बड़े स्तर पर होनी चाहिए. जब नुकसान ज्यादा हो रहा है, तैयारी भी ज्यादा होनी चाहिए. ये इस बात की हम कमी महसूस करते हैं और जिसके कारण बहुत बड़ी कठिनाई लोगों को अब हो रही है हिमाचल प्रदेश में, जहां बारिश के कारण नुकसान हुआ है.
जयराम ठाकुर जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि इस समस्या का क्या समाधान है? 80 साल के लगभग करीब हमें आज़ादी प्राप्त करे हुए हो गए हैं और शिमला, कसौली और बाकी ये जो जगहें हैं जो पर्यटन का एक बहुत बड़ा एक सोर्स है राज्य के लिए, वहाँ पर भी जो लोग फंस रहे हैं, जो लोग अब वहाँ जाना नहीं चाहते हैं, उससे देश को, लोकल की वहाँ की जो आवाम है उसको काफ़ी दिक्कतें हो रही हैं. उनके लिए कौन सोच रहा है सर?
नहीं, बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं आप. एक तो देखिए, हिमाचल प्रदेश एक टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन के नाते पूरी दुनिया में जाना जाता है और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो हिमाचल प्रदेश की इकोनॉमी को एक बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट मिलता है हमारे टूरिज्म के सेक्टर से. और जिस प्रकार से ये हमारा हर साल जो बारिश के कारण नुकसान हो रहा है, इससे हमारी वो इकोनॉमी भी तबाह हो रही है। हिमाचल में टूरिस्ट अब बरसात के मौसम में बहुत कम हो गया है। ऐसे में ये चिंता का विषय भी है। और जो खासतौर से जिसका मैं जिक्र कर रहा हूँ कि ये जो नुकसान हो रहा है, इस नुकसान के कारण क्या है, वजह क्या है, उसकी वजह तो एक बात हम मान करके चल रहे हैं कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में प्राकृतिक घटनाएं इस प्रकार से घटित होती रहती है, लेकिन जो फ्रीक्वेंसी बढ़ गई है, इस पर बहुत बड़े एक रिसर्च की आवश्यकता है। अभी भी जो नुकसान हुआ है विशेष तौर से हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी बारिश के इस दौरान, जो बहुत ऐसा एक इलाका, जैसे पर्टिकुलरली अगर मैं देखूं, अगर हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी तक जो नुकसान हुआ है, जिसमें 1700 करोड़ रुपए का एक असेसमेंट है अभी तक नुकसान का, उसमें से सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान मेरे विधानसभा क्षेत्र में हुआ है। लगभग 1000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का नुकसान हुआ है। जब उन सारी चीजों को हमने देखा कि नुकसान जो हुआ है उसका कारण क्या है, क्यों एक फ्लैश फ्लड जो है एक जगह हो रहे हैं, क्यों एक क्लाउड बर्स्ट एक जगह हो रहे हैं, ये मुझे लगता है कि ये रिसर्च का विषय है। ये हमने जब अभी दिल्ली जाकर के जो बात की केंद्रीय नेतृत्व से, गृह मंत्री जी से और बाकी मंत्रालय से, यहाँ तक कि प्रधानमंत्री जी से भी मैं मिला, मैंने बात की है कि इसके लिए रिसर्च होना बहुत आवश्यक है। अगर हिमाचल प्रदेश में इसी प्रकार से ये बारिश का नुकसान हम हर बार झेलते रहेंगे तो हमारी इकोनॉमी तो तबाह होगी, हिमाचल बहुत बर्बाद हो जाएगा। ये हमारे लिए बहुत चिंता का विषय है। अभी तो हाल ही में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी
सर बिल्कुल सर, मैं उसी बारे में सर मैं आपसे सवाल पूछना चाह रहा था कि उच्च न्यायालय